Tuesday, June 7th, 2016. I'd like to remind everyone to silence their cell phones, pagers if you have them. I'd like to remind everyone that during the council meeting, we expect everyone to be polite, courteous, so if there's any interruptions, we'll be asking one of our officers to escort you out. Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Mosby?
Present.
Councilmember Starbuck?
Present.
Councilmember Holmdahl?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Vega?
Here.
Mayor Bob Lingle?
Here. Invocation, Pastor Puntar. Please everyone rise. Remove your hats if you have it on.
On this election day, let's pause for a moment of thanks. We thank you, God, for the men and women who committed themselves to establish a new nation in which voting was possible. We thank God for the courage of the women of the suffrage movement who pioneered the path to the 19th Amendment and ensured women the right to vote. We thank God for those who risked and sacrificed to pass the Voting Rights Acts of 1965 to allow all citizens, regardless of their skin color, to vote. We pray for the protection of all the voters and the votes of this election. We pray for all the citizen volunteers who have made democracy better by their work. We pray most of all against a spirit of fear. The Bible says that God has not given us a spirit of fear, but a spirit of love, a spirit of power, and a strong mind. No matter how we vote, let us vote more for the visions and ideas and candidates that represent our best values. And we pray that we will all find ways to build bridges and to work together for the common good of country, state, county, and the communities we all dwell in. Be with the leaders of our community, especially those in front of us this night, the City Council and staff. Bless them with your guidance and direction. Gift them with the sensitivity to listen attentively and to do what is right. God has blessed all the nations of the world, not just America, but we pray for God's special blessing on our nation and that we might move forward with the opportunities to fulfill our country's greatest possibilities. All praise to you, God of grace, God of mercy, God of justice, God of peace. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, for those of you standing, there's a whole bunch of chairs up front. There's probably 15, 20 chairs up front. If you want to come forward, there should be plenty of seating. Okay, presentations presented elsewhere. On May 8th, 2016, I presented a proclamation to the Public Works Director, Kevin McCune, at the Dick Dewey Center honoring 2016 Public Works Week, May 15th through the 21st of 2016. Then on May 22nd, I presented two certificates of recognition to two Lompoc citizens, Rosemary Holmes and Chuck Madsen, for their annual Looking Forward Awards held at the Santa Maria Airport Santa Maria Airport Radisson Hotel in Santa Maria. On May 25th of 2016, Councilmember Starbuck presented a proclamation honoring Ron Fairbanks for his lifelong commitment to the Lompoc Valley. And on May 31st, I presented a certificate of recognition to the winners of the Water Awareness Art Contest at the Dick Dewey Center. City Manager, would you please give us your report?
Thank you, Mayor. I've got three quick items. First of all, I'd like to invite up one of our firefighters, Cody Lee, to give us a few words about our recent Fill the Boot fundraiser campaign. Cody?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council, and thank you, Mr. Weimiller, for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Cody Lee, and I work with the fire department here in the city, and I'm a representative of the Firefighters Association, and I'm here to talk about an event that took place in Lompoc called Fill the Boot. This is a charity event done by off-duty personnel to raise money for Muscular Dystrophy Association. This organization's goal is to find urgently needed treatments and cures for muscular dystrophy, ALS, and related diseases that severely limit strength and mobility. This year, our first day, we were able to raise $14,705.50. The second day, we were able to raise $11,605.41, and this brought our grand total for the weekend to $26,310.91. To me, this really says something about how generous the city of Lompoc is and the people in the city. This is by no means a competition, but typically first responders are competitive in nature. We have been told by the Muscular Dystrophy Association that Lompoc typically is the single highest grossing location out of all the Fill the Boot charity events that they do. This is really something to be proud of when you consider that the International Association of Firefighters raised $25.5 million last year, and Lompoc is, again, the single highest single location grossing. This would not have been possible without the help of several other people in the community and other organizations. So I want to just take a second to thank some people. First is the Vandenberg Professional Firefighters. Certain individuals, Vince Culliver has been doing it for over 15 years and does a large majority of the organizational part. You all know that it takes a lot of organization to put an event on like this, and he takes a lot of that on. Second is the actual Muscular Dystrophy Association themselves. They continually assign a representative to take care of all of our logistical needs. So we give them their needs, and whatever that we might need, they're able to support us in any possible way. Third, I would actually like to thank the city staff, especially the fire department and the police department, for their continued support to allow us to actually put this great event on. It's a huge deal, and I just want to say thank you for letting us do this in the city of Lompoc. Last but not least, I would like to thank all of the volunteers who continually give their time and effort. None of this would be possible without them, and a special thanks goes to Allen Hancock's Fire and EMS Academy. They play a huge role in the volunteers that come down and actually are the people that are on the ground. And I just want to say thank you to them for that. And that's all I have for today, and thank you again for your support.
And thank you for your leadership in this, Cody. Secondly, Mayor, I wanted to point out that a proclamation was awarded on your behalf just a short time ago this afternoon for the California Special Olympics Law Enforcement Torch Run Day. We had a great event out here. In fact, I'm going to ask the chief if he wouldn't mind coming up and saying a couple words about the presentation that we received as a city.
Thank you, Mr. Weidmiller. So I was very surprised today. We were awarded or given a commemorative law enforcement torch that we used today. Well, my officers used today. I was in the van. Yes, I should be running, but it's just beautiful, and they gave it to us for our support. We've been very supportive of them, and Officer Miller and Officer Flint are going down this weekend for the games. So I was just really proud to get this, and I don't know if you want to pass it around. It's got fluid in it, so I could light it and run around if you like.
No.
Maybe just keep
You
it
just
available.
scared all the firefighters back there.
We'll keep it available if anyone wants to take a look at it.
So, I'll have it over here because it does kind of have an odor to it.
Thank you, Chief. And finally, we have a good report about one of our newest businesses in town, and I'm going to ask Assistant City Manager Teresa Gallivan to inform us on the good news.
Thank you very much. I'd like to acknowledge and welcome Harbor Freight Tools to our business community. They opened on May 31st. They are located in the Lompoc Shopping Center. They have invested more than $220,000 in tenant improvements to the business building space they're in. They've leased 16,715 square feet, and that actually takes up more space than the previous tenant. They expanded into the adjoining suite there in that shopping center, and they have created 29 new jobs. This weekend, they'll be having a large parking lot sale, June 10th, 11th, and 12th, to help kick off their official grand opening, which is on June 14th. So please welcome Harbor Freight Tools.
That concludes my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to go to public comment. This is actually on the consent calendar. So anyone has anything to discuss on any item on the consent calendar? Seeing no eyes, we're going to close public comment. Mr. City Attorney, would you make a disclose or make a comment on item number 3?
Sure. Item number 3 is the annual decision that the council has to make regarding the GAN limit, which is the limit of amount of money the city can spend, and we're nowhere near that limit. But what happened was a public notice went out actually in the newspaper saying this was going to be a public hearing. It's not legally required as a public hearing, so it was set on the consent agenda. But I want to make sure the public understands there was a notice that was sent out. So if someone's here thinking it was going to be a public meeting, what you may want to do is ask the council whether you want to keep it on the consent agenda or move it to a public hearing.
So is there any opinion by the council? Do you want to leave it as a consent item? Do you want to put it on as a public hearing? Well, if no one has a comment, then I'm assuming we'll leave it as a consent calendar. Okay, so the consent calendar is, they are items that are considered to be routine and will be enacted on one motion by a council member unless a council member chooses to pull an item for discussion. Does any council member wish to pull an item? Okay, then I will accept a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll move we approve the consent.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Well, let's vote then. And that passes 5-0. Okay, staff presentations. Do we have any staff presentations tonight? No staff presentations? Okay. Oral communications. This is your opportunity to speak to us on any item you want. If the item you'd like to speak to us about is on the agenda, I'd like to desire that you have it, you wait till that item comes up. The reason for that is it's best if you talk to us as we're discussing it. If you cannot wait for that item to come to on the agenda, you certainly can come up at this point. So at this point, we have up to 3 minutes for you to speak on anything other than items on the agenda. Okay, seeing no one rise, we're going to close oral communication and move on to the public hearing. First hearing is item number 8. It is to consider the ordering of services and improvements to continue the assessment of the fiscal year 16-17 City of Lompoc Parks Maintenance and City Pool Assessment District. And that will be Mr. Arbro.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about the Park Maintenance and City Pool Assessment District. This was passed in 2002 to help fund our pool and provide funding for our parks. This is a 3-step process. We came in February for direction to have the engineer's report done. We came back in May with a preliminary report and passed resolution for intention to continue the levy and to notice that we're doing a public hearing this evening. And hopefully we can approve the engineer's report, confirm the diagram, and order the continuation of the assessment. Every year, we're allowed to adjust it from the CIP from January to January, and not to exceed 3%. This year, I was actually surprised. It was 3.1, so we're able to do a 3% adjustment, and we'll carry 0.1 over 10th. That made it go up 76 cents to 26.24, applying the 3% to the SFE.
Just a question on that real quick.
Sure.
So you said it's 3.1, we're able to go up to 3, so we're going up to 3. You said we could carry over the 0.1%?
Yeah, that'll be over. That'll be. You can apply it to next year.
So if the CPI next year is 2.5, we could go 2.6?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I've got a question for you on that.
Okay.
If you have a negative CPI, do you carry the negative over?
You don't have to. You can. You don't have to increase. You can leave it alone. It's at your discretion when we bring it to you.
And generally, what do we do?
Normally, you just leave it alone. But you can adjust it down. It's up to you guys. That gives the overall assessment at 308.9 for the revenues, basically multiplying the SFE times the new rate. On the engineer's report on page 9, you'll see a list of all the expenses that qualify as the park maintenance of city pool assessment district expenses. And I know it's hard to see, but you can see the top is the aquatic center, and that's the debt service, operation, and improvements. And the next 3 is also the DeWeese, and the remaining ones being for the park improvements. One of the things we have to do when we look at this is to figure out the general benefit, how much benefit is going to the public that are out of the assessment district and get a benefit. If we look at those expenses, we can see we have 3.8 million. You back into the number and take out the assessment, 3.6 pretty much million, 92% is coming from city contributions, meeting the required minimum of 25%, so we meet that.
Mr. Harrell, can you go back to that for a second?
Sure.
It was brought to my attention by a citizen that happened to be reading it that the DeWeese Center was built after this commission was formed, or committee was formed, and he sees nothing on there for servicing for the DeWeese Center.
The DeWeese Center is the line 4, 5, and 6.
Right.
So you have the debt service.
Right, but any servicing for maintenance of it, the gas, electricity, cleaning.
Those numbers would be in the operational cost. If you're talking about the utilities, I know that it was brought up on the oversight committee that the utilities for the parks, and we don't normally put those in there because it's for improvements, and the actual ballot said that it would be used for improvements to parks and recreational facilities. So the improvements wouldn't include the utilities, so we do exclude that from that portion. I know we could probably include it on the oversight report as information, but it is excluded from the parks for the utilities.
So it was never actually intended to be on this report?
No. Okay. Because of the way the ballot was written.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Other than that, that's really all I had. I was hoping that we could, there was supposed to be Kyle Tankard from SCI. Is he here tonight? Yeah, I'm right here. Oh. Anyways, if you had questions, Kyle is here. Kyle is the one from SCI Consulting who put the engineer's report together for us. Did you want to introduce yourself?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Kyle Tankard, and I'm with the SCI Consulting Group. So we are the consulting firm that administers the assessment and puts together the engineer's reports and resolutions each year. So if you have any questions regarding the report, I'm happy to answer them.
Are there any questions for the consultant?
Do you have any questions? I'm sorry. And if you had any questions from me, or let me know, or if not, I'm good.
Okay. Any discussion on the council? Okay, we'll open this up for public comment. Anyone want to talk to us about this report? Seeing no one rise, we'll close public comment, bring it back to council. What's council's wishes? Councilor Starbuck?
I'll go ahead and move staff recommendations.
Okay, it's been moved. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and second. Any further discussion? Let's vote. That passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to new business. This is item number 9, renewal of an agreement with the County of Santa Barbara for animal control services for the fiscal year 2016 and 17. This is Administrative Analyst Laura Candy.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Laura Candy, and I am the Administrative Analyst for the city. I will be presenting a report to you tonight that goes over the renewal of the agreement with the County of Santa Barbara for animal control services for fiscal year 2016-17. Due to the substantial increase the county is proposing compared to historical trends, I would like to share information that is and will be taken into account currently and in future renewals. After much deliberation and analysis, staff is recommending the council authorize the city manager to execute a 1-year amendment to the original agreement for fiscal year 2016-17 in the total amount of $301,524, equating to a 3.6 per capita or $7.43 per capita increase. This amount will be covered by the current budget allocation for fiscal years 2016-17. If authorized, this will be the 4th amendment the city enters into with the county for these services. The county has provided animal control services for the city operating out of the Lompoc Animal Control Shelter located at 1501 West Central Avenue. On March 17, 2016, the county sent a proposal for the renewal of the animal services agreement with the city for fiscal years 2016 through 2018. That proposal contained increases for each year totaling a substantial 11.02% overall, with a 3.6% increase for fiscal year 2016-17 and a 7.42% increase for fiscal year 2017-18. After reviewing the Consumer Price Index averages, for all of 2015, it was averaged to a modest 0.89%. And for the first 3 months of 2016, the average was taken at 2.4%. Taking those average into consideration to determine what a fair and reasonable rate would be, and the fact that some service levels have actually decreased, the city offered a very still generous 3% increase for each fiscal year 2016-17 and then 2017-18. The county unfortunately did not accept that offer, so staff agreed to the county's proposed 3.6% for the first year only, with a commitment by the county to work on year 2 to minimize the proposed 7.42% increase. This will enable the city to incorporate the to be agreed upon into the next upcoming budget for 2017-19 as it is being developed, so as to assure proper allocation for the amount necessary for services. For a historical perspective of the consistent rate increases experienced by the city, I'm going to put a chart on the screen for just a moment. Okay. This chart on the screen shows the trend of rate increases over the last 15 years, with the 2 proposed upcoming years compared with what staff offered in red. As you can see, the trend for the city's proposed increases, shown in red, would still be in a steady upward trend, but not as heavily angled as compared to the county's increases. This movement is rising faster than what it has for the past 10 years, with the exception of this current year, which was already far larger than what was determined reasonable at the time compared to the CPI average. Given the magnitude of the second-year proposal and due to the time limitations for further discussions with the county before the current contract terminates on June 30th, 2016, staff has opted to only agree to the first-year rate at this time to continue much-needed services and will be continuing further analysis and policy studies to determine what options the city may have for future years, as well as attempting to further negotiate with the county on their increase proposal. The pricing for these services has made it necessary to consider other possible alternative options for the future, which staff will be exploring. That concludes my presentation, and I am available to answer any questions the council may have.
Councilman Starbuck.
A couple of years ago, the city, if I recall, authorized some CDBG money for capital improvement, almost $30,000 if my memory serves me, for the upgrade to La Paz at that point. Is the county's increase based upon the improvements we paid for? Is that what the justification is for it?
No, their justification is that they had the American Humane Association do a report. They came in and studied their operations for 2015, and they made a recommendation listing, which was very, very large. And in order for them to accommodate some of those that they considered priority, they say that that's going to affect their budget, which increases all of our rates.
I'd like to really encourage staff to look at the options. I mean, we're being held hostage right now. I mean, we need the service. We don't have it available right now other than through the county, and they know that.
Mm-hmm.
So over the next year, if we approve this tonight, over the next year, please, staff, look for any options we have.
Right.
It's only going to keep going up. Obviously, according to that graph, there's really no end in sight. So.
Yep.
Councilmember Vega.
Laura, are we held hostage at this moment right now? We have really no other viable alternatives. I know we're going to study it, but are we kind of stuck and we're just increasing something to get closer to what they meet so it won't hurt as much when they come and hit us with another one in 1 year? Are we kind of getting baited into sticking into our budget and then we have no other alternative except to it won't hurt as much because we're almost there?
No, right now, this is already allocated for this coming year in our budget, and we're covered for that. It would be affecting our next 2-year budget cycle, and so at that point, it would need to be determined, okay, is it something that's viable for us to be able to put that amount in our next budget cycle?
Gotcha, and I get 2 years, 1 year, I got you, but I don't see that we have another option.
Well,
not unless the city turns into animal services also.
That is, yeah, that is an option.
Looking down the road isn't a bad thing, because it looks like we're suffering and we're putting in increases and increases and increases, but I think people would like to know, are we getting led down the road with a piece of cheese and we have no other alternative,
Yeah, right now, unfortunately, because we are pressed up against that time of our contract, that's why I'm recommending to at least extend it this next year. I'm going to be looking into whatever alternatives we can, including maybe speaking with the county about different options as far as like us kind of looking at some of their policy directions too. So hopefully that might help us a little bit in cutting down the costs or the rate increases. But truly, we are kind of reliant upon them unless, of course, we do tend to want to take over the animal control.
Well, the reality of it is every time we do an increase, we might as well at least be straight up about it. If we don't have enough options, I think people would respect that a little bit more instead of being led down the road and then 2 years, we're stuck with it anyway because we really don't have another animal services to count on.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Okay, we're going to open this up for public comment. Anyone wishes to speak to the council concerning this item? I have 2 questions. Come forward. State your name.
My name is Brandon Bridge. One question I have is, if last year we gave ourselves a one-year extension, was it a result of us feeling like we were under a time crunch? Does this report need to be moved up in the year to make us more aware of our situation for the following year? And then second, can we put this out to bid to a commercial operation that may be functioning here in the county or state that can service the city rather than the county?
Okay, I think those are both good comments. First one is, did we put ourselves in this position by waiting to the last minute? Possibly, we should have been looking at it earlier. I can't speak for staff, but it's a possibility. And the option of putting out for contract, I think that is possibly one of the options we will be looking at. So, those are good comments. Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Laura, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I was just going to say that we did get that proposal in March, and ever since then I have been working with the county to see if we could lower that rate or if they would accept our offer. But it got down to the point where they came back and said that they wouldn't accept that, so that's why we're kind of close to the deadline now.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one rise, we're going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. Discussion? Councilmember Starbuck.
Just a quick question then on the list of future council items. When are we going to talk about the renewal for the second year then?
Well, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm not sure exactly when, but I think it's going to be more toward the front half rather than back half of the year, because we're going to immediately engage the county in some discussions. It's more than just a matter that we got an invoice, if you will. When we pressed them for the reasoning behind, because we saw that the service workload was going down, yet costs were going up and faster than even CPI, that obviously caused us to press in, and Ms. Candy did do a lot of inquiry and conversations with the county to find out. One of the things that we discovered in that process was that like I said, it wasn't just merely an increase in an invoice, but digging deeper, finding out that there had been some policy decisions made, I think, on our behalf, them thinking it was in our best interest to do this, but not necessarily decisions that we, staff, or you, the city council, would have made on behalf of the city itself, in terms of maybe wanting to enhance our services where we might have been more interested in containing our costs than enhancing services. So certainly one of the things that has to be engaged in immediately with the county is an understanding of how and we're partnering up with some other cities in this discussion too, is how all of us that are customers of the county in this regard can engage that discussion so that those policy decisions are not being made in a vacuum, but rather with the participation of their customers. So how those conversations go on starting now is really going to then guide how deep we get, how far we get, and how soon we get there, is going to guide how quickly we're coming back around to discuss some other potential options or alternatives. Because it's clear, either we have to contain the costs or realign our service expectations, or we do have to come up with these other alternatives. Right now, we don't necessarily have an alternative at hand, but there are private services that do exist in the world and are available. Sometimes cities do take those things over themselves. I'm not recommending those at this point, but I do recognize that there comes a point where we will saturate very quickly this idea of costs going up 7% in a year when our workload is going down 10%. That'll reach critical mass very quickly. So I can't tell you exactly when it's coming back, but we have a process that we're starting on immediately so that we can figure out what those options are. We'll get back to you as quickly as we start working up those options.
Thank you. Any other comments, discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
We do have Dory Villalone from the county
Sure.
here, if anybody wants to have any discussion with her.
Does she want to come up before us? Okay.
She's fine.
Okay, good. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll go ahead and move staff recommendation.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Let's vote. That passes 5-0. Okay, move on to item number 10. Oh. I'm going to go back to this item real quick, even though we passed it. There are a couple of corrections on the can I go back to it? Okay. Ms. Candy, would you step forward real quick? On the actual agreement, on page number 3, the city manager's title is city administrator, and the city clerk's name is their old name, Alvarez. We should change both those.
I actually already have asked them to do that, so the official one that will be signed will be changed.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, now we move on to item number 10. Item number 10 is adoption of a resolution 6053, parentheses 16, approving the Community Development Block Grant Economic Development Loan Program and authorizing signature. This will be presented by Community Development Program Manager Christy Alicon.
Technical difficulties. Waiting for my presentation. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, and members of the public. I'm Christy Alarcon, Community Development Program Manager for the City of Lompoc, and I am presenting an item tonight on our Community Development Block Grant Economic Development Loan Program. Staff's recommendation to the City Council tonight is adoption of Resolution 6053-16, approving the Community Development Block Grant, it's like the longest thing ever, Economic Development Loan Program, and authorizing the city manager or designee to sign loan documents. The city's Community Development Division has annually funded this program since 1990. We've just never really had a formalized loan program guidelines. The program has operated to fund businesses to create or retain jobs for low and moderate income persons. In the past, the city has contracted with an outside finance consultant to analyze and underwrite the applicants, and upon completion of the analysis, staff would submit the application to council for recommendation of approval. I think our council is well aware of the lead time it takes to get something on a council agenda, and for some of our businesses, it really slows up their process when they're trying to get their financing. So staff proposes approval of the loan program guidelines to be used by city staff when analyzing applications for funding. Any loans that do not conform to the lending guidelines as outlined would require City Council approval if staff recommends such action be taken. The program provides loan funds to eligible businesses with the ultimate objective of creating jobs for persons with 80% or less of the area median income. The maximum of $35,000 is loaned to eligible businesses who create a qualified job or retain a qualified job. Eligible projects or eligible project components include acquisition of land, purchase of new equipment, purchase of machinery, furniture, fixtures, leasehold improvements, and working capital, and in some cases, inventory and receivables. In order to reduce risk of loss and to provide staff guidance, the following underwriting criteria will be followed. It is a lot. There's a lot of different guidelines that go into overseeing a loan program. Here's a few. One of our main one is that business must be located within the city of Lompoc. It must be under current ownership for at least 2 years, or it could be a business that is owned and operated by the same individuals who have controlled a similar successful business for at least 2 years. So that's like Solving Brewing. They came here, they weren't necessarily here for 2 years, but they did have a similar business for 2 years in another community. The loan underwriter will pull credit for the applicant to determine credit worthiness. Negative and or derogatory marks would affect the ability for the borrower to qualify. Collateral loan to value maximum would be 90%. In addition to looking at the value of collateral, city will consider any existing debt owed on that collateral. Borrower must be prepared to provide cash equity of at least 5% of the total fixed asset cost. Underwriting criteria continued because there's a lot of criteria. Debt coverage ratio minimum is 1.2. And what that means is a business needs $1.20 of income to support every $1 of debt service at a minimum. If funding is to be utilized for a new business, then the business plan must be no more than 1 year out from operation of the business and job creation. Funding must create or retain permanent jobs, and it's a maximum of $35,000 loaned per full-time equivalent permanent job that is created. Project costs must be reasonable. Other funding sources must be committed prior to commitment of our program funds. We do want to see they're leveraging funds, and we're not the only people giving them money. Program funds are not substituted for private funds, and the project must be financially feasible. In addition to underwriting criteria that I just described, loan terms and rates will be set dependent on the following: up to 15 years with full amortization when secured by owner-occupied real estate. So, hate to do Solving Brewing again, but their building is, collateral, and that's an example of that. Or up to 5 years when secured by general business assets. And another example of that is the big vats they'll be making their delicious beer in. The interest rate would be tied to the Wall Street Journal prime rate. When I was doing my staff report and all this research was back in September. So the prime rate at that point was 3.25. And I apologize, I had planned to look it up and see what it is right now, but I'm guessing it's not too far off from there, but don't quote me, I didn't check. Every program loan must be approved by a 3-member loan committee. The loan committee is comprised of the city manager, the financial services manager, and the community development program manager. Each member will or can select an alternate to serve in his or her absence. In addition to reviewing and approving loans, the loan committee shall review appeals from applicants who may be disqualified by staff, and shall review the program policies and regulations, and make any recommended changes to those policies and regulations to staff. The City Council approved the appropriation of $250,000 for program implementation with the approval of the 1620 Consolidated Plan and 1617 Annual Action Plan just recently at the April 19th meeting. With the action today, no additional appropriations to implement the program are necessary. Utilizing the approved lending guidelines will greatly reduce costs associated with outsourcing the underwriting. We won't have a third party to pay to review all the financials when we can do that in-house. It will also reduce staff time associated with preparation of a report to City Council for each individual loan request. And I just want to add, the other thing that I didn't really bullet out there is, I think we oftentimes have really good businesses that want to come here or want our loan funds to entice them to come here, but the way it's currently set up is every single loan, including all their financials, have to come to City Council. And this is a public meeting, and all of that business sensitive stuff they have is just out there for everybody to see. So we were thinking this process would maybe eliminate that concern of the applicants, since it would be an internal staff kind of managed approval process. So approval of the loan program procedure guidelines, loan documents, and underwriting criteria as prescribed will allow more efficient and cost-effective administration and operation of the program. It will also make the loan process quicker because we won't have that 3-week lead time to get a staff report in, and making it quicker will allow access to capital funds sooner. And that is my report in conclusion. If you have any questions, I am happy to try and answer them.
Okay, before we go to, those of you standing in the back, there's still about maybe 10 or 12 chairs up front if you want to come and have a seat. Okay, any questions for Councilmember Vega?
Christie, is privacy one of the concerns here from the possible applicants? You know, whether they were, say they were denied, is it ever going to get to us? It was before, right? If people were denied the process?
Yes. So in the past,
so it could be an embarrassing type thing or a pride issue, is that correct?
That is one reason. It would, you as council would be making that decision. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I would imagine you're in a public forum, and if somebody was being denied in a public forum, and they're also trying to get other funders and partners, and this loan fell through, it may really damage that business that is trying to get started. The other reason is with one of our last ones, there was some very sensitive kind of financial information about how he obtained certain cost for, certain equipment or supplies, and it was part of what made his product more marketable than, say, Budweiser or a different one. And that was in some of his financials, which had to be included with the staff report. So he was really shocked by that. He did sign the application, and so knowing that all of this is public, especially because it's CDBG dollars, it is public information. but we're just trying to streamline it as much as possible. So really the only eyes that are seeing those financials and all that really sensitive information are going to be our auditors and our HUD auditors who are auditing us based on our federal grant funding.
So basically, in a best-case scenario, with this resolution, should it pass, can you give me a time, kind of a approximate time frame if a business owner was going to come in here? And obviously, it's 3 weeks less, no matter what, but
Right.
how long would the process be on average for an applicant with good qualifications, good creditworthiness, and a good business plan? Can you give me kind of an approximate?
Right, so if we had somebody come in and they had the whole package, they had every single thing they needed, the project pro forma was correct, their application was completed correctly, and we got all their backup documentation that we required, because oftentimes they have a first lender, and we need to see all that for those first loan documents, so we can make sure whatever we're doing doesn't conflict with that. I would say it would be very similar to our single-family rehab loan program. That's pretty streamlined. We do it internally, and we turn those around. If no hiccups, can be turned around in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
And that's the approval. So mind you, I'm saying the approval can be turned around in a couple of weeks. These are federal dollars. We still have environmental review to do at that point, and then loan docs need to be drawn up, and that's kind of can take a couple more days, and recording and things like that.
It'd be nice to streamline some of the processes to encourage business improvements, so thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Alarcon, what's our history on this program? I know we've made loans in the past, Ford dealership, Chrysler, Soletti's. What's our history?
There aren't a lot of loans. Most of them, as far as portfolio, they've been paid off. So right now, we have Solving Brewing. That's our one.
Okay.
And the challenge, I have to share with council that the challenge I had coming on board here is there was no guidelines. A person will come in with a loan application, and we don't have an established guideline that tells you, for this type of loan, this is our interest rate. What was happening, and there's nothing wrong with it, and I want to make sure I say that, there's nothing wrong with this, but we would receive their project financial analysis, and because we are the subsidized funds, the grant funds, even though we're repaid, we are that money that's a little easier to get. There was often much more flexibility with interest rates, where sometimes there was zero interest, sometimes deferred no payments for 12 months. It was whatever that borrower needed to make his project feasible. And the more I looked at that, it just became very confusing, because you'd have someone come in and they'd say, oh, this guy got 0% and he had no payments for 1 year. And then you're looking at their cash flow and you're like, well, you can afford payments. So I wouldn't want to offer you that. So I think that establishing these guidelines and having the committee really is a good route to go, because if we get there and we get to the analysis and he's like on the cusp of not really having a good, strong project, we can always come back to the committee and say, if he could just get a half an interest 0.25 interest rate lower, he'd be perfect. This would make his project really feasible. We have the option of coming back to you and saying, we're outside the guidelines, we just feel like the benefit to the community is amazing, and we would really strongly recommend that you go outside the guidelines. But for the bulk of them that are within the guidelines, it's going to expedite the process.
Okay. So we've had no defaults that you know of so far? Okay. Who's going to provide the oversight? Who's going to monitor this? Your department, okay. And do you report back to us on a regular basis on this?
We do this already. Our economic development loan program, dependent on what funding stream it comes from. So for example, this program comes from CDBG dollars. In your CAPER that you guys get presented to you at the end of every year, coming up soon, it recaps in there what projects were funded that were economic development, how many jobs were created and retained, and gives like an overview of what happened with that loan program. And if we received any repayments, it'll kind of let you know that.
Okay. And how much money is currently available?
$250,000.
Good, okay. Any other questions? Okay, we'll open up for public comment. Seeing no one rise, we're going to close public comment, bring it back to the council.
Well, none for me.
Councilmember Humdahl.
I'm real pleased to hear what we just got through hearing is the idea is a loan program is going to work for the person coming in and putting the project together. And I think it's sad to hear that we never had this before, that when they came in, because we did have comments, I can't get this, I can't get that. So I think what you have now is that somebody coming in, you can lay it out one thing at a time. This is what I need, you come back with it, and we get it turned around real quick. So I'm very pleased to see what's happening. As who I've talked to in the past, there's been some things in the past that never got through.
And there's two reasons for doing this. There's a new direction HUD is taking. They want everything that you do in writing. All of the, and you know, we're just newly returning to entitlement status, so we really haven't had hard audit from HUD where they pick us apart. From what I'm gathering from my neighboring communities who have had recent site visits, they want to see a step-by-step, an administrative plan for every program that you operate that has been approved by your council. So that's another reason. I mean, I think it's great to have these guidelines for us in general, but they're funded with CDBG and HUD dollars that we want to make sure we're compliant so we don't get slapped on our wrists for anything. So that's also part of the plan.
Councilmember Vega.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we accept staff recommendation in order to streamline the process in order to bolster our business community and let them know that we have a positive attitude toward them rebuilding or improving or just getting going and starting a new venue for us. Lompoc needs a few more things, so I'd like to make that recommendation.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Let's vote. That passes 5-0. Okay, just a reminder to anyone in the back, there's still at least a half dozen, maybe 8 chairs available up front if you want to come and have a seat. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 11, which is adoption of resolution 6054(16), home buyer assistance down payment loan program. And again, this is Christy Alarcon.
It's my show tonight.
There you go.
Hopefully I'll have a few months with none. So, good evening again, Honorable Mayor, Council, public, and staff here tonight. Tonight, this is the Homebuyer Assistance Down Payment Loan Program that we've been working on for a bit, and I think we're finally to that point where we're going to see this happen. So I hope we have a lot of excited community members. So tonight, staff recommends the City Council adopt resolution number 605416, which will implement the Homebuyer Assistance Down Payment Loan Program. It will authorize the city manager or designee to sign any agreements or loan documents as necessary for implementation of the program. And it will also allocate $1,080,000 from the Lompoc Affordable Housing Trust Fund to fund this program. I'm going to touch quickly on all the background. There's so much background through this program, but just to kind of, I wanted it in there to give you guys an overview of where we started with this. So this whole thing started in 2003 with the establishment of the housing in lieu of fee. In 2005, Council adopted an actual implementation plan with regards to the Lompoc Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which called out how the funds could be used, what they would be used for. And then in October 2008, Council approved the First Amendment of the plan to allow plan funding for reasonable administrative costs not to exceed $10,000 annually. In 2014, we realized the administrative costs were a little more than what was previously approved, and so we increased the administrative costs allowed, and we also expanded the type of eligible housing projects to include existing housing for the purpose of very low, moderate income families. In 2014, November 2014, the city issued a request for proposal soliciting consulting services for the program. The deadline for submissions of sealed proposals was November 13th. The city received one submission from the Housing Trust Fund of Santa Barbara County and People's Self-Help Housing, naming Housing Trust Fund as the project director and People's Self-Help as the subcontractor. The response was complete and qualified, and in July 2015, Council approved the contract with Housing Trust Fund and the appropriation of $42,500 for the development of a program, outreach, and processing costs, which would be associated with the then proposed 10 loans. During that council meeting, we had a lot of realtors, local realtors and lenders who expressed interest in the program as well as concern, and they wanted their concerns and considerations included during the development of the program. A meeting with those interested parties and an ad hoc committee was held, and the ad hoc committee consisted of Councilmember Starbuck and Councilmember Vega, who were great. They attended those meetings and listened to the concerns, and I think really helped us to kind of nail down where we wanted this program to go. Prior to meeting, the consultants worked with the staff to address some of the concerns expressed during that meeting. Concerns included that there was only going to be 10 loans. It was a low number of loans. Other concerns was there would be a lack of closing cost grants. There was a concern that we weren't going to allow the opportunity for local participation with regards to lenders, realtors, escrow title. And then there was a big concern about the fact that we were stating what we could do with the funds, and one of the things we could have done was offered these loans to very low-income households, which would have required a very high subsidy. So the initial program, as it was proposed, has been expanded in the current proposal to provide 20 program loans as opposed to the 10, and adding closing cost grants. The program goal and purpose is to expand home ownership opportunities by providing down payment assistance to enable local working families and individuals to purchase entry-level homes in the city of Lompoc. The program guide and disclosure is the final product submitted for council approval, and it's attached to your staff reports. The program will provide a secondary loan of up to 16.5% of the home purchase price, or a maximum of $50,000 per home buyer. The term would be a 30-year deferred payment loan with simple annual interest of 3%. No interest or principal payments will be due on the city's loan until the end of the loan term or upon sale of the home, and that would be whichever occurs first. In addition to the loan, the city would make available, if needed, closing cost grants up to $3,500 for eligible home buyers. The amount of the grant would be determined by analysis of home buyers' financing needs during the mortgage underwriting of the loan application. Who's eligible? An eligible home buyer must be a first-time home buyer, not having owned a principal residence within 3 years from the date of the program application. They may not own any other residential property. And there's various methods for making sure that's not going on. They must be a U.S. citizen or a documented resident alien living or working in the county of Santa Barbara. They must have a household income not exceeding 80% of the area median income for Santa Barbara County. Currently, for a family of 4, that income is $55,800 annually. The applicant also must attend the city-approved homebuyer education training class that would be provided by the consultant, which would be People's Self-Help Housing, and would secure pre-approval of a 30-year fixed-rate first mortgage loan from a participating lender and have satisfactory credit and job income stability. Participating lenders will be identified, and I wanted to mention specifically here, and probably council noticed it in the attachment of the program guidelines, where it says participating lenders, it says nothing, or maybe to be determined. And the reason for that is because we haven't had the mandatory informational meeting, because it didn't seem right to do that until you guys approved the program. So as soon as this program is approved, we will be holding that mandatory informational meeting, and any participating lender would also have to get approval of the program loan documents, meaning our loan documents of the city. They have to go through their first mortgage lender internal underwriters to make sure everything jives and there's no problems where things conflict and then all of a sudden they get down to close and they can't close escrow because they don't like our loan documents. So we want to get that done on the front end. The other thing we're asking of any lender that wants to be a participating lender with the city is an execution of a partnership agreement with the city. That partnership agreement will have things in there such as they understand that any borrower that goes through their program must obtain a 30-year fixed mortgage. We are not trying to get these buyers into subprime lending. We do not want them receiving a 15-year with a balloon payment and, setting them up for foreclosure or, those horrible things you just never want to hear happening with somebody's home. Applicants must also, so it's not all free for the applicants. They have some skin in the game. The applicants must contribute at least 3.5% of the home purchase price, and they must invest any other liquid assets in excess of $15,000 for the purchase of the home. I hear it all the time. They're going to hide those assets so they don't have to contribute anything. We do our best. I always say with all these programs, we do our very best to investigate and find out what they have. There are always going to be those bad eggs that try to get through somehow. The fiscal impact of this program. The total program cost will be $1,122,500. That number includes the already approved $42,500 consultant costs, which were associated with the development of the program. So you'll see the breakdown there. The loan funds, 20 loans, estimated at $50,000 per loan, is $1 million. The closing costs grant funds, $3,500 estimated for 20 of them, $70,000. The program consultant contract was originally approved for $42,500 for 10 loans. We are not talking about 20 loans. So there will have to be a change made to their contract to increase the processing and loan outreach for those additional 10 loans, which will increase the cost by another $10,000. So that's how we get to the $1,122,500. The total amount of funding required is 1,122,000. It just sounds like so much more because I keep saying it. $1,122,500 to fully implement this initial phase of the program. It is our first time funding this program. If it's super successful, we're going to come back to council and say we're doing a great job. Maybe we should tap a little more money out of the trust fund, or at least get feedback as to what's going on and what the demands of the market are. The Lompoc Affordable Housing Trust Fund balance as of the most recent annual report is $3,814,622. So the appropriation of the $1,122,500 will only be utilizing 30% of that total fund. That would leave sufficient funds to assist other affordable housing developments should the city decide to open up a notice of funding availability for more affordable rental housing or affordable home building or whatever may come our way. Once the program has proven to be successfully received by the community, additional funds may be allocated to the program to assist more families with purchasing their first homes. The recapture, one of the things that was talked about at that council meeting is we'd like to see some of this money coming back. We don't just want to be giving out grants. The recapture of the program loan funds will occur at the time of resale or maturity of the loan. Because as currently proposed, we recommended not allowing refinance. Our current monitoring policy states that anytime any of our loans want to be subordinated, we have to bring them to council, and council needs to make the decision on whether to allow a subordination or to not allow a subordination. So we recommended no subordinating. If they're refinancing, they should pay us off. So because these loans are not amortized, where regular monthly payments of principal and interest are receipted, a schedule of repayment is difficult to estimate. I wanted to give you this cool chart that showed you like this is when our money would be back and when we'd refurbish our fund, and it's just hard to do because it depends on the flow of the sale of those houses. Some people sell in 7 years. I've operated a program like this in the city of Santa Maria. We had 2 of them that held out till the end of the 30 years. The rest of them, you know, refinanced, sold their houses like at 7, 10 years. So it just depends on them. And sometimes you have those that we will be sending them annual statements. So they're going to see in that annual statement that 3% interest that they've accrued. If they've gone through the training, which they all will, they'll know, oh, wow, maybe I should apply some money towards this interest that I'm paying and maybe pay down a little bit of the principal so I am not hit with a big one. You know, after their first mortgage is paid off, they have to refinance and get another loan. So we don't want them to have to do that, so we will try to educate them on the benefit of making payments when they can. When the program funds are completely expended, staff will reevaluate the program for additional funding, and then I'll visit you again, or maybe during the biennial budget process, giving you feedback on all the great things that I'm hoping this program does and all the accomplishments, and then allowing council the opportunity to, you know, decide if you want to continue to fund the program. So in conclusion, staff recommends the City Council implement the program and approve the supplemental appropriations of $480,000 from the Lompoc Affordable Housing Trust Fund to supplement existing appropriations of $642,500 to fully fund the program at $1,122,500. The funding will provide loan funds for up to 20 loans, estimated at a maximum of $50,000 each, 20 closing cost grants estimated at $3,500 each, and $10,000 to process and conduct education and outreach for that additional 10 loans, because we already approved the other 10 loans through that first round of approving the Housing Trust Funds contract. The city manager or his designee will be authorized to sign any loan documents as necessary. And that's it. You can hit me with the questions.
Okay, before we go to questions, there's a couple of you that are having some private conversations out there. Believe it or not, the acoustics in this room are very good, and they are disturbing other people, they're disturbing us. So if you have a private conversation, if you could just go outside or something like that, or keep it really low. Even whispers can be heard up here and throughout the thing. Okay, so questions from the council for Ms. Alarcon. Councilmember Vega.
Christie, I think this program is probably going to be a good shot in the arm for people that are still struggling, haven't grown any roots here in Lompoc, and are wondering if they can ever buy a home. The escalating housing market also, though, will make them feel the competitive nature of it also. It's not a shoe-in. You know, as you noted, and as we noted in the ad hoc committee, that just because they're pre-qualified doesn't mean they'll find that perfect home and actually be able to prevail in, especially in a seller's type of market. Okay, so that might be some, but I think the use of funds, you know, as we clarify, the use of funds is only designated for a couple of programs here, and this is one of them, because it came from developers that actually put this in for this type of use. Otherwise, it would have to go to affordable housing. And I think that the clarity of that we're making this choice to help our own people here is something positive.
Okay, Ms. Alarcon, I just want to thank you and your staff for taking the time, work with the community on this program. I know the first time you came to us, you really felt it was a good program. I think you'll agree that this is an even better program now. So I want to thank you and your staff for working with the community on this. I also want to bring up, I'm sure it's your staff, but assure us that there will be solid oversight on this program. And that is an affirmative. So.
That is affirmative. It's added to our list of monitoring and compliance.
Okay, good. Okay, we're going to open up to the public. Anyone that wants to comment on this item?
Hi, my name's Ann Megadite. I'm a local homeowner. And my question is, who's monitoring the monitors? Who's auditing, and who's auditing them?
Okay.
Was it not clear?
You want to answer that question?
Oh, the program's monitored by HUD.
Okay. And you said that Santa Maria had a comprehensive audit and that you have a good idea of what HUD wants. So what kind of pre-auditing are you doing so that you know that you're following the HUD guidelines? How often are you auditing yourself against what HUD's asking you? How long are you doing a in-house audit that's comprehensive of what HUD would do? And how well do you mimic what HUD is doing?
Okay, Ms. Alarcon's going to take that.
Yeah, I got that. So we follow the, this program isn't administered by HUD, so I'll clear that up for you. It is the Lompoc Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So it's a state mandated and then city ordinance. But all of our affordable housing monitoring that we've started really full force and very labor intensive about 2 years ago, this would fall under that. With single family home buyer, we lose the ability to go in and, it's unlike rental. Rental, every year we go into the rental units that have been assisted and we check for habitability. When it gets into home ownership, they own their home. We are the silent second. What we are then monitoring is to make sure that they are complying with every regulation of that loan. That means it has to be owner occupied. So we have various ways of making sure that's what's going on. Sometimes we'll send a little letter and say, hey, sign this if you live there. So we'll get it back, and if it's not where they lived and they're renting it out, it calls their loan due. They need to pay us back. These loans are not intended for people to turn around and rent properties out. The other component is we do check on maintenance and upkeep. We do not go into their units. It's their house. So what we do is we do drive by the community, and if there are issues, we take it upon ourselves to take it to our code enforcement officer and let them know, you know, this is one of our affordable units. They received our funding. One of the stipulations in our loan agreements is maintenance and upkeep. So, you know, and if they don't want to comply, then they unfortunately have their loan called due and they need to pay us back. So I hope that answered your question.
Okay, anyone else from the public? Seeing no one rise, we're going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. Discussion? No discussion, I'll ask for a recommendation or motion. Councilmember Vega.
I'll make a motion that we accept staff recommendation on this one here and move forward with implementing the down payment assistance program.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Any discussion? Let's vote. It passes 5-0. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 12, which is approve and authorize submittal of a second revised long-term property management plan. And guess who this is?
Before we start, just for the record,
I get an award today.
You now have your successor agency hats on. You're no longer sitting here as the council, you're the actual successor agency of the redevelopment agency.
Okay.
You should have hats to distinguish the difference. Good evening again. Honorable Mayor, council members, public, and staff. I'm Christy Aller, Community Development Program Manager here at the City of Lompoc. And this staff report is to our successor agency. Staff is recommending that the successor agency to the dissolved Lompoc Redevelopment Agency approve and authorize submittal of the second revised long-range property management plan. A draft resolution, OB 2616, adopting the plan per Health and Safety Code to the successor agency oversight board for approval. So a little background, pursuant to Health and Safety Code section 3419.5, within 6 months after receiving a finding of completion from the Department of Finance, the successor agency was required to submit for approval to the Oversight Board and DOF a long-range property management plan that addressed the disposition and use of the real property of the former Lompoc Redevelopment Agency. The successor agency received a finding of completion from DOF dated June 7, 2013. And on July 18, 2014, the state passed Assembly Bill 1963, extending the deadline for approval on the plan to January 1st, 2016, and suspended the forced property sale provisions of the HSC subsequent 34177E and 34181A. The initial plan was approved by the successor agency's oversight board on September 16, 2013, and submitted to DOF for review and approval on the 26th of that same month. Successor agency staff received an email from the DOF on February 19, 2014, with comments on the plan. One of the comments was that the use of certain successor agency parking lots used for public parking did not comply with the DOF's interpretation of the definition of governmental use as referenced in the Health and Safety Code. DOF suggested the successor agency amend the plan and consider an alternative permissible use such as the sale of the property or to retain the property for future development. In order to achieve the transfer of the parking lots to the city, the successor agency chose to amend the plan to provide for the alternative permissible use of retaining the properties for future development. The revised plan was approved by the successor agency's oversight board on January 23rd of 2015 and approved by the Department of Finance on February 27th, 2015. Subsequently, as always changing with this redevelopment dissolution law, the dissolution law was amended to allow public parking lots that do not produce revenues in excess of reasonable maintenance cost to be transferred to cities and now retained as governmental use properties. The amendment also provides for amendment of the long-range property management plans to reflect this change. The second revised plan now being proposed implements the change allowed by the amended statutes. The proposed second revised plan provides for the public parking lots to be transferred to the city as governmental use properties to remain public parking lots for the foreseeable future. The public parking lots currently are primarily used for parking for Santa Barbara commuters who ride the Clean Air Bus Monday through Friday, although certain parcels were previously used as the site of a weekly farmers market from which the successor agency received no revenue. There is no charge for parking in these lots. Therefore, the parking lots do not produce revenue in excess of the reasonable cost of maintaining the parking lots. The public parking lots have already been transferred to the city pursuant to the revised plan. The change in the plan would affect only the future use of the parking lots, as future development of the parking lots would no longer be contemplated. Fiscal impact, there is none to the successor agency by approving and authorizing the submission of the second revised plan to the oversight board of the successor agency. There is a fiscal impact, likely moderate, for the cost of staff time to prepare and develop the second revised plan and shepherd it through the amendment process. If the DOF or the Oversight Board denies the transfer of the parking lots to the city as governmental use properties, then the former revised plan would remain in effect, and the city would retain the parking lots for possible future development, subject to entering into compensation agreements with the taxing entities. The Oversight Board approval of the plan, documented by resolution, is required before the plan is submitted to the DOF, which is the final approving agency. The Oversight Board is scheduled to consider the approval of the plan on June 2, determined at 10 a.m. in council chambers. We're still trying to line up all those guys. They're all so important, busy schedules. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to try and answer any questions you may have.
If there's any questions for either Christie or maybe the city attorney could step in if necessary. Okay, seeing no one, we're going to open this up for public comment. Seeing no one rise, we're going to close public comment. Bring it back to the council. Discussion? No discussion. I recommend a motion.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Let's vote. That passes 5-0. Okay, thank you. Okay, before we move on to item number 13, we're going to take a 10-minute break. I can get everyone to take their seats. Okay, I need everyone to take their seats. Okay, we're moving on to item number 13, which is reconsideration of council action regarding the Motorsports Park project. This is Assistant City Manager Teresa Gallivan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and we're here this evening to, at council's request, council voted on May 17th, 3-2, to reconsider your decision of May 12th, which was to discontinue funding work for the environmental review of the Motorsports Park project. The city had received a state grant from the State Parks Department of Off-Highway Motor Vehicle Recreation Division to also work on the project and had been working on the environmental review phase of the project. But the council made the decision to discontinue the funding because of the uncertainty of the availability of funds from the foundation to provide the funding that is required for the work to proceed according to the current MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, that the city has with the foundation. So the city was advised by the Federal Aviation Administration that there was additional environmental work that needs to be done in phase one of this project. The additional environmental work includes environmental assessments for federal NEPA and also an amendment to the airport layout plan. So we held a special meeting on May 12th to discuss that additional work and the funding associated with that work, which at that time we did not know if the state grant would cover those funds. We were seeking to find that out. And we're able to report in that evening meeting on the 12th that indeed we had received confirmation verbally from the state that we can move some of the grant funding, and we'll get into that a little bit more here in a moment. But in any case, we needed to have the special meeting because this time sensitivity of the work that needs to happen as well. There are some protocol studies that needed to take place very quickly in order to meet the work requirements that we had learned about. So as I mentioned, prior to that evening's discussion, we did receive some information from the state that we had been seeking to find out if we could move funding from phase two, which is the construction phase of the project, to phase one in order to cover certain aspects of the new work that needs to be conducted. And we also sought to find out clarification on whether or not we could change the performance period of the grant. And the information that we had prior to that discussion is in the staff report from the 12th that is attached to this evening's staff report. And the clarification that we received from the state is also attached as attachment B to your staff report, that the state has now put in writing that we can go ahead and move funding from phase two of the grant to phase one to cover CEQA costs, to cover NEPA costs, and to cover staff costs involved with the environmental work. We cannot, however, move funds or use any of the state grant funds to cover the costs of the airport layout plan amendment, nor can we use the grant to handle the 26% match that is required by the grant. Nor can we use grant funds to cover the costs of the project associated with the drag strip. So those are things that need to be covered by other funding mechanisms. Our current MOU with the foundation indicates that the foundation will pay for 50% of CEQA costs and any additional costs that the state grant doesn't cover. However, since we have received clarification from the state, we can look at some moving around some of these funds if the council desires. So also, one of the things that we wanted to clarify here this evening is shortly after that meeting of May 12th, we received quite a few inquiries from subcommittees of the foundation that they were very concerned that the city was going to come after the funds that they had raised under the umbrella of the foundation. For example, the Fallen Warriors Project, the Bike Skills Park, all of these groups exist under the foundation and have done tremendous fundraising in order to make special particular projects happen in our community. We wanted to clarify to those committee members that had the impression that those funds may be in jeopardy, that in no way did this council direct the city manager or the city to go after those funds or make a demand of funds at this point of the foundation. And if in the event that council directs us to proceed and there was some sort of inability of the foundation to pay what is due in this project, in the process of completing this project or moving forward in this project, if council directed us to do so, if there was some sort of insolvency proceeding because they could not pay their debt, the city, as one of the creditors, could indicate that it did not want to pursue funds raised by any of the subcommittees of the foundation. So I wanted to make that clear so that other hardworking committees and nonprofit groups in our community are very clear on that. Also wanted to, in your staff report, we have, since our last meeting, also received clarification on how the 26% match for the grant works. At our last meeting, there was some confusion about how that was calculated, and Mr. Wilkie and Mr. Albro and I had a conference call with our state grant representative and are very clear on how that works now, and also how the indirect project costs of 15% of the grant are also utilized within the funding. So we have received that clarification, and that is clearly outlined in the fiscal impact section of the staff report, thanks to our great finance team over here. And they've let us know that, what the revised phase cost estimates. I'd like to point out that these are cost estimates. In regard to CEQA and NEPA, these are quoted estimates. In regard to contract time for engineering, for planning staff, and for our environmental staff work, those are estimates through the end of the calendar year. We have received word that we could ask for an extension on the performance period of the project from the state, and we had previously recommended that we would consider that to be March 1st. So there would likely be additional staff time estimated to go out and complete that work beyond the estimates you see here in the staff report, but this gives you a pretty good projection throughout the end of the calendar year. So you have our revised Phase 1 cost estimates for total direct project costs of $323,751. The grant reimbursement could cover, again, the CEQA, NEPA, and the staff time involved with the environmental work minus the drag strip component, which would be potentially $239,576. And the local requirement, that is the 26% match, is $84,175 before we add the indirect project costs. You need to add those are 15%, to come up with a total project cost of $376,826 for Phase 1. We're talking about the environmental phase right now. The OHV, off-highway vehicle grant reimbursement, could potentially be $272,191,000, leaving the local requirement or the 26% grant match at $95,634.87. This is an estimate. Again, if there's additional staff time, and we anticipate there would be if we need to extend our performance period, that the project costs would go up a bit. In addition to that, we go down on the staff, read further into the staff report, and the foundation cost responsibilities are the 26% grant match of $95,634, plus the percent that is attributed to the drag strip for CEQA, which is $6,000, and for NEPA, it is $1,690. And that brings that amount to $103,324.87. The following line there, the airport layout plan is addressed separately in the next page of the staff report. And the next line says total foundation cost responsibility, phase 1, and the airport layout plan. That is a typo I'd like to correct for the record right now. It is not, that amount of $103,000 does not include the ALP. So go ahead and strike that. It is $103,324.88 for estimated for phase 1 without the airport layout plan. The airport layout plan cannot be covered by the grant, and that amount is $73,310. So the foundation cost responsibilities then come to $176,634.87 when you consider the airport layout plan. On the next page of the staff report, it shares with you the payments that have been received by the city for phase 1 of the project. To date, we have received $55,695.92 from the foundation towards their contribution to the project. And the foundation has let us know that if council were to reconsider its decision and move forward with the project this evening, within 2 business days after they receive a reimbursement from the state, they are anticipating a $23,698 reimbursement from the state for their operation of the Kids Motorsports Park. Once they receive that, within 2 days, they will turn over those funds to the city to add to their deposits towards the project. And then if the city does move forward with the project, decides to move forward with the project again this evening, that and amend the MOU, because an amendment to the MOU would need to be made in order to proceed. Within 2 days, their proposal is within 2 days of signing an MOU, they would deposit an additional $23,930.95 with the city, bringing their total deposits to $103,324.87, which is the amount estimated as the contribution they would be required to make according to the fiscal impact section that we've worked up here for you, without the addition of the airport layout plan. That is not included in that amount. But that is still a responsibility of the foundation through this process. Council could also make consideration of different timing of that, but those were the recommendation, the suggestions that were brought forward from the foundation as potential ways to move forward with this and look at amending the MOU given what we have learned from the state as far as the way we can utilize the grant funding. So the foundation has requested that we work jointly per our current MOU. It says that we would work jointly to find funding for the airport layout plan amendment. And that would essentially mean that the city perhaps would go to the FAA and ask if they would consider funding that. That is something that we can certainly do. Don't know that the FAA would be inclined to do that, but it is certainly something we can ask. However, the foundation has indicated that they assume no other funds would be available from the FAA, and that they are willing to fundraise the entire $73,310 to pay for the airport layout plan amendment. They intend to put those funds in deposit with the city prior to the certification of the EIR. So they are asking for a line of credit to allow them to fundraise that money and would deposit those funds with the city prior to certification of the EIR. So to use the funds in this manner, as I've indicated, the city would need to update the MOU that we have with the foundation. That is our staff report and an update on the information we have for your consideration. And also this evening, the chairman of the foundation is here and has also put together some information that he'd like to share with you at council's pleasure.
Let John do his presentation first.
John Lynn Foundation Chairman with Carl Creel, Motorsports Committee Chairman, and Will Schuyler, Motorsports Committee Vice Chairman. And some of this is going to be a little repetitive, but I put it up on the screen because it will be a little easier for the audience and people at home. So I think the most important point is at the May 12th, 2016 council meeting, there were very key questions that there were no answers to, or there were partial answers. Tonight's staff report that Teresa just covered and the accompanying answers from state parks really provide a great deal of certainty that we didn't have on the 12th. Definitely the wrong button. So here we go. What is a match amount that the Motorsports Committee and of the foundation will pay for CEQA, NEPA, and the AMP, Airport Master Plan Update? This number has changed many times over the last 7 months, and since the May 7th meeting, today the staff provides an accurate number, and realizing that there will always be some changes as we go forward. You know, if a little more money is spent or a little less money is spent, then the match number changes. But the city has never had a state grant like this before. The city has never built a motorsports park before. We have never worked with a grant like this before, and we have never built a motorsports park before. So along the way, there's been a lot of learning. So this is an October 8th, 2015 letter from the city, and this was the first stab at trying to figure out how much we owed for the CEQA portion. So, and this is just an excerpt from the letter. Thankfully, it was the very last sentence, so it was kind of convenient. And at that point, based on how the city believed the grant worked, we would owe $174,000 just for the CEQA match. Today, we know that that CEQA match is $56,000 plus $6,000 for the drag strip. So the difference between what we thought we had to come up with for a match back then and what we know we have to come up with for a match today is $111,000, almost $112,000 less. So the various numbers provided to the council and the foundation since November have changed many times because the match amount for CEQA and NEPA and the AMP was in question. There was uncertainty as whether the foundation could provide the match money for some time, and most particularly at the meeting of May 12th. Today we know with a great deal of certainty what the match amount would be, and I want to thank the staff for really getting down into it and getting the numbers right. So this is the page that Teresa was speaking about from the staff report that talks about each of the individual items. And the top two items are the original environmental work and then the environmental work that was added very recently and the staff time that we now found there was a way to put through the grant. And so if you look at the percentage of phase one total estimated costs, kind of the percentages down there under the totals, you can see that The grant pays for 74%, and the foundation provides the 26% match. And again, those are the numbers that Teresa spoke of, $95,634 for the grant match, plus the drag strip component that's not covered under the grant. So the foundation would be obligated to come up with $103,000. Today, we also know from the staff report with certainty what the foundation is paid and how the balances will be paid. Remember, MOU Amendment Number 2, the city and the foundation agreed to show the credit for funds due from the foundation's state grant, and that the foundation would deliver those funds to the city as soon as they received. And then a discussion of the match funds that we will be providing. And if you, council members, if you recall, at the last meeting, we provided you with a copy of a $20,000 Spears check for a donation contingent upon the city and the foundation entering into a new MOU. So we have $55,695 on deposit with the city. We would provide to the city within 2 business days. When we get our money back from the state, which should be pretty quick now because we're about at the end of the 90-day waiting period. And then within 2 business days, we would provide the $23,930, $20,000 from the donation we received, and $3,930 from the committee's checking account. So there's been a lot of questions about how the staff time would be paid with limited grant funds. Today we know, as Teresa explained, that funds can be moved from phase 2 of the grant to phase 1 of the grant. And in the report, which you just looked at, these 3 lines have been added for staff time plus the 15% unallocated overhead. So the big question today is, how will the cost of the AMP, the Airport Master Plan or Airport Layout Plan, updated be paid for? Fortunately, Joe did a good job, and the MOU anticipated the potential need for the Airport Master Plan update and specifically addressed what would be done as shown in the staff report. Sorry for not a very good image, but it's a copy of a copy. So basically what this says is, should it happen, which it now has, that the city and the committee will work in good faith to seek outside funding, and that failing at that, it would be the responsibility of the committee to pay for all of it. At this point, because the council chose to suspend the project back on May 12th, we have not been able to work with the city because they were not allowed to expend any funds or city time going forward. However, we have already identified 3 potential sources of funding to be investigated for the Airport Master Plan. In addition to that, to keep the project on time, there was a critical NEPA bird study that had to go forward, and it's $1,425 a day for somebody to drive up here and look for birds. And so far we've paid for 3 days. The 3rd day is tomorrow. And what we would do here is ask that that money be credited toward the AMP cost, and then the city can recover it against the grant. And then we would have deposited an additional $5,725, so we would have $10,000 deposited with the city toward the Airport Master Plan, again within 2 business days of signing the MOU. We'll go to the next one. So the one thing that's kind of caught us all by surprise on this is this didn't really come to pass until about May 3rd. That was when the FAA, the rating consultants had spoken to the FAA in the past, and they had indicated that they didn't feel like these 2 studies would be needed. However, fortunately, the city administrator was chatting with the FAA about the lease process after this project is completed, and someone at the FAA at that point said, you know, I think we really need to do these 2 things. And it was actually kind of golden that they did it, because we would have missed those bird study dates, and it would have put us a year behind. So we in the foundation understand that there is a possibility that some grant funding will be located by the city and the foundation working together. However, our assumption is that we would have to pay the entire amount. And with the $10,000 that we're ready to put in right now and actually have spent some of, there would be $63,000, which seems like a great deal of money. However, over the last month, we raised in excess of $40,000. And that's, so far this year, we've raised over $65,000, which is more than we raised all of last year. And many people have said to us, you know, we want to put some money into this, we'd just like to see the environmental document. I think the other question for all of us back on May 12th would be the city's liability. And, you know, I'm the foundation chairman, but I'm probably the watchdog of the city, just like all the rest of us. So what would constitute a default under the city grant agreement with state parks and cause a chargeback by state parks that the city would have to repay? And that was a question that was really on all of our minds back then. And although I'd had a lot of conversation with state parks, staff's point was that we didn't have anything in writing, and you surely want to have it in writing when a lot of money is involved. So today we have an email that was attached to the staff report, and I lifted out one paragraph, number 4, which deals specifically with chargebacks. So as long as the city is acting in good faith towards the completion of the project, and if the environmental review finds that the project cannot proceed due to costs of one or more mitigation measures, a decision not to adopt a statement of overriding consideration, which the city would have to adopt if there was an item that could not be mitigated, or some other circumstances not within the city's control, the city will not be responsible for repaying any grant funds expended in Phase 1. The reason for a two-phase project such as this one, where the environmental analysis is completed prior to receiving approval from the OHV division to proceed with Phase 2, is to ensure that the project is viable. And I was speaking with Sixto from State Parks yesterday, and I asked the question, has a city ever had a grant chargeback? And the response was, no, there have never been any. So we're kind of coming to the point where the council has a couple choices tonight. From our standpoint, with all the key questions answered, we would hope the council would direct staff to move forward with the environmental process under the terms of the state grant, which the city signed. And we would ask the city to make a little change, which they've said they want to do, but we'd like it, just like they wanted things in writing from the state, we'd like this in writing so that all of our committees and the foundation can be comfortable, because the staff report says the city could choose, which is a true statement, to seek funds from each committee. Now, neither the council members nor the city administrator have expressed any interest in doing that, and we truly appreciate it, but we would hope that in the next MOU amendment that would be nailed down. And we created a revised MOU that we gave to the city as a draft discussion, but because the project was currently suspended, the city attorney wasn't authorized, the city wasn't authorized to spend any money, and so the city attorney couldn't look at it. But I know Joe can work it out. So to date, Lompoc residents have donated about $180,000 in cash. Well, that's probably not quite true. $174,000 or $5,000 or $6,000, and people all over the country have bought raffle tickets on the '57 Chevy. So if you're watching us in Arkansas, come to our website and buy a raffle ticket. And really, more importantly, tens of thousands of hours in building and operating the little park, in creating a plan set, in developing advanced business plans. You'll recall that when we first came to the council, we brought a professionally prepared business plan that was very specific to the drag strip, because that was what we thought we were going to build first. But when the motorsports park, or when the state grant came along for the motorcycle side, that kind of became our priority. And so as an organization, we spent a great deal of time working on a business plan for that part of the park, which would open first, and it accounts for way more than 50% of the revenue of the park. Kind of the universal sentiment from all of us in the community is that we all want to see the environmental impact report and find out what the noise, traffic, dust, or other EIR impacts will be. Once the EIR is reviewed and certified, only then will we all know with certainty whether or not the motorsports park is viable. We have done a great deal of advanced work to try to mitigate impacts, but you really never know if you're successful until you see the environmental document. And that document was within, according to the consultant, about 5 to 7 days of being completed. So we hope this evening that the council will, now that they have a great deal of certainty on so many questions that were very troubling when we met on the 12th, move forward with the project. I think you can see that we've raised very substantial amounts of money, and we're prepared to raise the balance without much difficulty. I'm available for your questions.
So John, Councilman Starbuck, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a foundation question or a staff question, but now we're moving money from phase 2 to phase 1. Is the accountability of the money in phase 2 the same as phase 1 money at this point, or is it a separate pot of money? I don't know if I worded that correctly or not, but
From an accountability standpoint, it would be the same. It becomes phase 1 money, and essentially what has to happen is we have to complete phase 1 in order to be reimbursed.
okay, so money that you would move from phase 2 to phase 1 becomes phase 1 money, and then it's just not available later on in a grant as far as the phase 2 of building the motorcycle park.
That is correct. Any money that's taken out of phase 2 is no longer available for construction components that it was previously budgeted for.
So we worked with the city on that, and when the grant was developed, the foundation provided a laundry list of from most important to least important things that the grant could pay for, and everything except a mobile bleacher made the list. So some things that were, a little less vital made the list. So for instance, to move this forward, we're using a different sprinkler system that's going to be donated, and that frees up $15,000, and we're going to leave out a metal building and use some containers that are going to be donated, and that's, was it 45,000, Teresa? Something like that. And then we had 4 light towers on there to do some night activities, and I think we're going to have 2 instead of 4 now. So
I guess another question, other than in the building area, but still with the financial here is, there was a comment made earlier about the certification of the EIR will be held until the Park and Pool Foundation had the money on deposit for the airport layout plan. So this is a true statement then that that's how we get our collateral?
Could you repeat that one more time? Sorry.
Not word for word.
Oh.
The certification of the EIR will be held in abeyance, basically in a neutral area, until the Park and Pool Foundation would put the money for the layout plan up as the collateral for the certification of the EIR, if it is a certifiable EIR.
Given that there is a performance period that we have to meet, so we need to move forward to complete the performance of the environmental process in order to be reimbursed the large chunks of money that the city would be putting up. $272,000 the city would be fronting at a minimum to complete the work. So we must complete the work in order to get reimbursed for that. The commitment by the foundation is that by the time we are ready to certify, they would have done the fundraising. Holding off on certifying the document to wait for funding risks puts us at greater risk of losing more money.
We are committed to having the money in place prior to the certification need.
Yeah, I guess it's just still the city being able to cover itself here, because $73,000 on top of everything else that's been listed is quite a bit of money. And maybe a little explanation about the certification of the EIR, just so everybody would be a little bit clearer exactly what we say when we say a certification of an EIR. Because we can certify an EIR but not meet mitigation on it, or some other reason that the project would not move forward, but we would be able to recover the cost we have into it at that point. That, I think, would be a big explanation that needs to be put out.
Mr. Mayor, could I handle that? Sure. As you know, the EIR process is long and gruesome. One of the end process is the document's been finalized and you as a body decides whether or not that document is whole, sound, and complete. That's what's meant by certification. Before that certification, the EIR has to be submitted to the public for review period, either 45 or 60-day period. We get comments back from the public. Those comments are responded to, and that whole draft document that went out to the public, plus all the comments, are then brought back to you with a final EIR that explains all the comments, and that is what you would be looking at to see whether or not it's certifiable, whether or not it's whole, sound, and complete. Once that's done, then the discretionary actions the city has to take to approve the project going forward can be taken.
Okay, now who would have the final say on the NEPA part of it?
The same process, but it's a smaller process because it's not an EIR. It's only a environmental assessment that's being done. It's not the whole in environmental statement. There's a different name. It's not an EIR for the feds, for NEPA. But it's a similar process, but it also has to go through the FAA process for them to feel comfortable that the environmental analysis is sufficient for what they need to approve. And the thing they need to approve is the airport land use plan, layout plan. And so it's sort of a chicken and an egg with regard to the NEPA. In order to have the NEPA process completed, we need the ALP completed because that's the document that the NEPA is reviewing.
Okay, but the NEPA will not affect the state's payment.
Yes, it will.
It
NEPA
will.
the NEPA,
So the NEPA will have to be done before the state will send the grant money to pay.
the EIR has to be the California CEQA document, the EIR has to be certified.
Right.
The NEPA EA document, environmental analysis document, that has to be finalized. In order for that to be finalized, the ALP has to be prepared and approved by FAA.
So we're looking at all three of these to be done, but we're not listing the 73,000 for the airport layout plan here.
When you say we're not listing it, what do you mean?
Well, it's not shown here. I mean, we've talked about it, we've discussed it.
It's on page 4 of the staff report, and the staff report says the 103,000 doesn't include the ALP cost.
Right.
And the ALP cost is the 73,000 down at the bottom of page 4.
Right, so I mean, the actual cost on this is going to, for all practical purposes, be roughly about $176,000.
It's 176, 634, and 87 cents.
Right.
When you say the total cost, that's the amount the foundation has to put up, minus the amount that they've paid.
And this all needs to be completed by a certain date.
Right now, that date is December 31st. We've been told by the state grants people that we can get an extension to that. We're recommending, if you want to go forward with this, that the extension be March 1st, because in order to get the money from the state, we have to have all of our ducks in order and back to the state by April 15th. If we don't hit the April 15th date, then according to the state, they aren't going to be able to get all their ducks in order to get an approval of the grant, which they need to have happen before July 1st, because if the money isn't approved by the state and into your coffers by July 1st, the money goes away.
So just real clear, because that April 15th is a very important date.
It's absolutely.
So everything.
A lot of important dates.
Sure, of course. But all these important dates have to come together. All this work has to be done. And all of our documentation with our receipts for all the work done needs to be submitted by April 15th of 17.
Yeah, the only clarification I may say is all the documents have to be submitted to the state by April 15th. In order to be able to get all those documents ready for April 15th, we need to have the work done so that we know there's no more costs coming in that we need to put in for reimbursement, which is why we're saying March 1st.
Okay.
And realize that you don't wait all the way till the end to file. You can file for reimbursement quarterly as you go along. So you don't have to advance the money. You file as you're done. So right now, the city could file for about $170,000 in reimbursement.
Okay.
But if we get the reimbursement now and we don't get all the ducks in order or meet all the deadlines, the city would have to pay that money back.
Well, who's in control of when the NEPA can be accomplished then? Is it possible to have the NEPA done by then, or?
According to our environmental consultant, Joe Gibson, who was here last time, he believes there's sufficient time for that to be done. However, it's not in our control on another 2 governmental agencies or 3 governmental agencies that are involved in deciding that, and they were federal agencies. The FAA, the Fish and Game, and a third one, I think. Maybe not.
And the point there is that from the email that State Parks sent us, if we do come into a position where we're delayed by something beyond our control and we've made a good faith effort, you know, it says as long as the city is acting in good faith towards the completion of the project, that we're not going to be charged back.
We don't have anything in writing that specifically identifies that. The good faith questions that staff asked and got back from the state was, if everything's done and we, for some reason, decide that we don't want to go forward, as long as we're acting in good faith to not go forward, we can still get reimbursement. But according to the state, the way I have read what they've said is we have to have the environmental done, the state environmental, the federal environmental, which means the ALP also has to be done.
City Manager, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to, in a matter of a word that gets commonly used here, in the name of transparency, did want to just make aware, if I understand the foundation's request and what they're looking forward to in terms of continuing on with that would include an amendment to the MOU. I just want to capsulize what the financial exposure is of the city, because I understand, I admit I don't track the social media locally at all. And I hear there's been a lot of discussion and different words and understanding of that. So I just want to bring that clarity, because I owe it to you as you make your decision to make sure that that's clear. As it's been pointed out in the breakdown so far, the foundation has put up already over $55,000 in payments that we've made, and so they've been good on that. They've committed, they're proposing to commit payments of an additional $47,500 and change between the 2 checks. We don't have that in hand yet, so that's a financial exposure. If that does come about, even with that 45, or assuming the 47.5 and change comes into hand, that resolves the 26%. All of the 74% is potentially at risk. And if, to the extent that the city's putting up the money, and to the extent if the foundation's not able to pay and reimburse the city, that $272,000 counts as well. In addition to, my understanding is we need to proceed quickly with the airport layout plan. I'm assuming that the request is of the city is to put up the $73,310. So if you look at all of those potential financial exposures for the city in what's being requested, it involves the $272,000 and change, the $73,000 for the ALP, that's $345,000, and like I said, we don't yet have the $47.5. I assume we're going to get that in short order, but I have to tell you, that's a city financial exposure at this point. So that brings that total amount up to over 390, about 395,000 or so, just shy of 400,000. So I just wanted to be excruciatingly clear and transparent on what is being proposed here in terms of city liability. I'm not saying that to advocate for or against whether you make that decision. I just want you to understand the, quote, worst-case scenario, if you will, of proceeding forward. Thank you.
John, I have a couple of comments, and it's on your presentation. I don't know where the slides are right now. Are they still on the last slide? Which slide is that? It didn't really matter where you were. If you're on the last slide, I'll work backwards then. Okay, so when this slide was up, you had mentioned we'd all like to see the EIR. We would like to see the EIR as well. My comment is, but you and the foundation didn't do your job. You were supposed to have been fundraising all the way. So if you had been fundraising the way you said you would have had the money to do the EIR. So yes, we all like to see the EIR, but unfortunately, you and the foundation did not do your jobs.
Can I answer that question?
Of course.
Okay, so today we have all the money for the EIR. Not only do we have the money for the CEQA, but we have the money for NEPA that just appeared on the scene May 2nd. We have all of our match money.
John, I'll address that as well, because you said it just appeared on the scene. That is not completely true. You knew about the potential of the NEPA back in 2012. You had an email from the FAA.
Okay, with regard to that, that was something that we got way back when, and that was discussed with Meridian at the beginning of this, and you'll recall that Meridian was the consultant that the city selected, and we agreed to that consultant because we didn't want to take the time to go out for a search, if you will, and save 3 months. And then Meridian did their due diligence, and they went to the FAA, and they asked those questions, and the FAA's response at that time was, we don't think you need to do this. And that response occurred several times. And only when the city administrator was talking to the FAA about lease terms did this come back up, if you will, and that was on, I think it was May 3rd, wasn't it, Chief? So
correct.
This was all kind of...
Okay, so just to make it clear for, to say that it all of a sudden showed up, it didn't. It showed up in 2012. Maybe nothing was done about it, but it did show up in 2012 as a red flag. Okay. Also, let's see, on the previous slide then to that. Okay, you make a comment that you'd like to see the city include in maybe the MOU or something like that, words saying that we will choose never to charge to the other committees. I suggest to you that you change the charter of your foundation saying that you will never take money from another committee. Why put the onus on the city? Why not you as a foundation say, look, you committees, you've raised your own money, we will not touch it. I'd turn it back over to you. You change your charter for that.
Okay, so
not that we wouldn't, but I'm suggesting that you consider doing it.
let me answer that for you.
Sure, of course.
The bylaws of the foundation provide that each committee raises their own funds, keeps them in their own checking account, authorizes their own expenditures, subject to approval of the board before they can make expenditures. So we already have that in place, but we are a single corporation, and so all of the assets of a single corporation could be at risk. Okay. And I appreciate the city administrator and the council's commitment that they wouldn't do that, but it does say could choose in the staff report, which gives us a little bit of uncomfortable.
Yeah. Okay. Go back a couple more slides, the one that says to keep the project on time. Okay, this one. These are funds that you say you're going to be raising in the near future.
No, we already have these funds. We've already paid Meridian Consultants $4,275 for the bird study, and we have $5,725, and we have more than that on hand, so that we would get to $10,000 at the get-go. And again, our assumption with regard to the airport layout plan, which we didn't know we were going to have to fundraise for until, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, that we would immediately fundraise for that. And we're just going to assume that there's no grant reimbursement, and if someday it comes back, we'd all be awfully happy.
Okay.
Because it's, if you understand, you all understand grants and how long they take. So I think we're going to have cash up front, and then perhaps we can get some reimbursement.
Okay. These are a lot of hopes and promises. Okay, go to the slide where it has a little cutout of the Lompoc. It's a little cutout you had that was not, I mean, you admitted that it wasn't a good presentation. I mean, there you go, okay.
There we go. That's a lift from the current MOU.
Right. So when and how, if you are required to come up with this money, when and how would you be able to do that?
Well, again, we have $10,000 that we have expended or will deliver with the signing of the MOU. We would immediately proceed with fundraising, and we can deliver money in, I don't know, $5,000 or $10,000 increments as it comes in.
We have considerable pledges also.
And we also have quite a few pledges that are contingent upon somebody seeing the environmental document. Actually, I think our pledges might exceed what we have to raise, but a pledge is one thing and a check is another. So our goal would be to raise the balance of the money over the next June, July, August, by September, which is when we feel like the other document's going to be ready. So not quite 4 months.
Okay, and at all this time, the city money is at risk.
Okay, I think an important thing to remember here is that the city entered into a grant agreement with the state, and there's some risk involved in that.
Yeah.
And then based on that grant agreement, the foundation entered into a memorandum of understanding with the city to provide those funds, and obviously there was some risk in that for us. So yes, there's risk to everyone in this, but the risk was understood when the grant was signed 2+ years ago.
Okay. Then go to the next slide, not the previous slide, but the next slide to this. I have to tell you that the bottom line there, based on what's happening so far, I'm a little concerned when I see the comment that says potential funding sources to be explored.
Would you like me to share those with you?
Sure.
Okay. So we just became aware recently of a nonprofit that has operated a drag strip in San Diego at Qualcomm Stadium since the middle 90s. And at their inception, they were able to get a grant from the State Office of Traffic Safety with the goal of reducing street racing and street racing deaths. According to their documents online, they had beyond 90% reduction. So we would be looking to the State Office of Traffic Safety to see if that funding could be available. I talked briefly with staff about the use of park impact fees, but nobody really knew the answer to that. I've got about 50 pages of documents to read. I can't tell you if that's a viable one. And then last week, Joe Gibson, when we were sending him another check, 2 more checks to do the bird study, said that he felt that there was some FAA money available that could be recovered after the fact. In other words, we would have to pay it all up front, and then there could be some reimbursement. So those are the 3 that we have identified. And again, because of the stop, we haven't been able to interact with the city staff on it. But, as I said, we anticipate we'll have to pay it all, and then we'll hope to get some of it back.
Yeah, so my comment on that, congratulations on possibly finding some sources, but it's been 2.5 years now since the grant was awarded. What have you been doing for 2.5 years since you've only raised the $55,000?
Actually, we've raised $180,000, and that's what some of that we used to build and operate the Kids Fun Park, which enabled the city to get points to get this grant. And we've actually, if you want to say 55, the state owes us 23, so there's 78-ish. and we have well beyond 10,000 in the bank today.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Lynn? Okay.
A couple
go ahead.
questions here. John, I have a couple of questions here that I need. It's outside of the financial issues, but we do have to reference them. As we move forward in the EIR, is that going to be the document that is going to mandate whether any of the surrounding housing or are going to be affected in a negative manner? Is that what we're waiting for? I think one of the things it's a concern from the surrounding area that we're going to, they're going to be noised out, so to speak, okay? And basically what I was told, as you were saying, that we have vehicles that are going to have mufflers and stuff, but there are going to be some straight pipe events out there, okay? And that's basically my concern. My other concern is, it's aside from the fiscal side of it, is the other businesses that are at the airport, which the skydive is one thing, and basically I think there's a maintenance group, and I think that they also contribute to the city sales tax base, with the purchase of jet fuel. So basically, as good neighbors, it's a fair question to ask if the EIR is an answer all for everyone, and basically, if we were to move forward with this MOU and amend it and allow all this to happen, just so the city can get its money back, and the EIR is going to say, hey, it's not viable, and everything stops. Is that the way I understand it there?
There is certainly that possibility, but one of the things that an EIR does, and particularly in the case of the noise, the decision was made early on by the city and agreed to by the foundation to do a very in-depth noise study. Not only was it point-to-point microphones, so it was live noise testing, but it's also a very sophisticated computer model. So some of the things that we did early on to minimize noise, and the sound study will tell us if we were successful or unsuccessful, was move the drag strip over next to the embankment and then also ran the cars from west to east, so the projected sound is going out into the willows, not over into the houses.
Okay, wait. Remember, okay, I'm serious. I will have them clear the chambers, okay? Let's be respectful to everyone. Thank you.
So basically, John, again...
Let me finish up on that if you don't mind, Victor. So there are a number of noise components involved with this park. The portion of the park that's paid for with the grant is green sticker money. That means that only motorcycles that have California legal exhaust can run in that part of the park. And we are required to do testing to verify that they meet the noise standard of the bike, so it hasn't been modified. So that side of the park, it's what's legal everywhere. The drag strip side of the park, we have a number of different events. We have Wednesday evening events for the local kids to come out and have some fun, and those are all street legal cars with street legal exhaust. We have a group of Saturday events, which are, again, more targeted toward, I guess I wouldn't say local, but Central Coast racers, and those are all required to have street legal exhaust. Then we have 10 events a year, which span 2 days, and a portion of those events, which would be run in the middle of the day when traffic noise in the surrounding area is at the highest, comprising about 40% of the vehicles run, could have open exhaust. And I say it that way because depending on the result of the noise study, we may or may not be able to do that. I can't tell you. There are strips in this country that require mufflers on every car, and we may find ourselves in that position. I don't know. I haven't seen the noise study. So.
I keep hearing, and I have to bring this up in public because I am listening to everyone. One of the reasons my decision was made the last time was basically I was trying to keep the city to lessen their risk, okay? It's kind of a juggling act. Basically what happens here is we have a situation here where we can get reimbursed by our grant, but we have to stick our neck out also, okay? So basically on a Saturday event, and these are the hard questions, is how does it infringe or impact other businesses on a Saturday, okay, at the airport? From what I understand, and I have to say this, is the airport committee or commission didn't support this, okay? And I don't know all the reasons why, because it's a non-aviation business, or because it's noisy, or because it infringe on the airstrip or their landing zone. I don't know. I have to ask these questions because you probably know a little bit more about it, okay?
Okay, so initially, when we went to the Airport Commission the first time, they supported the project, and they made certain requests. Principally was that George Miller Drive would not be used for any events, that it would only be used for daytime use, and then for any events, it could be used for emergency vehicles only. So based on that, we amended the design of the project, and the primary egress and entrance will be around the end of the runway and out onto V Street, where there's a signalized intersection. There's an existing road there that we would be relocating part of, because when it was put in, it's within the airport safety zone, so it was actually put in the wrong place. So we would be correcting that issue, which is identified in the current airport master plan. The other question that was frequently raised is dust, and we actually had one sprinkler plan, if you will, to control dust when we started, and based on the concerns of the airport, we actually went out to some other facilities and said, okay, how do you control dust? And what we found from them was instead of using wide area sprinklers, they actually have basically a sprinkler next to every couple of wahoos in the track, so that they can water what specifically needs to be watered without getting the rest of the track wet. So we changed our irrigation plan to resolve that. You know, there's always concern about change, and we want to be good neighbors, and we've worked very hard to resolve those issues. An important thing to remember here is that we build, and this is not any different than any other park. The city gives us control of the property, we build the park, and then we give the park to the city. We don't own it. In the case of this park, the city will lease it back to us through some form of lease, and you know that's contingent on what the FAA wants. But this project should generate, in the beginning, about $50,000 a year in revenue for the airport, and in later years, in excess of $100,000 a year. So there's a lot of money for match money for the airport to improve projects going forward.
I guess one of my questions that really wasn't answered was possibly why the airport doesn't support this project. Okay, I haven't heard very much. Okay, it's a fair question, and actually, I've said this before. You know, we've had instances where everybody says that the skydive people are happy about accommodating or changing a little bit their drop zone and everything, and then we keep hearing conflicting that no, they're not happy, yes, they're happy, and I was tending to believe that they were happy, and then I find out that it's not really true, okay, because there are some changes, okay, and whether it affects somebody else's business or not, this is income for the city, which basically this is what we're here for. We're basically here to make sure this town is sustainable. That's why we're looking for growth and looking for some projects. But you hate to kind of muzzle somebody or hold down somebody that's actually bringing in some money and is unique and is a destination for this city, which I think a few more of those things would be great for this city.
So let me talk about the accommodations that have been made for Skydive Santa Barbara. When we started this at the very beginning, they expressed an interest in having their jump zone at the very western edge of the property so that skydivers could come in off the river and there wouldn't be interference, because trees cause wind eddies, and that's very bad when you're skydiving, they tell me. A little while later, when we were working on the design, and Skydive put in a viewing area next to the county flood control. And then they expressed interest that they wanted to keep the skydiving area in the vicinity that it is now. And one of the very early emails we got from them indicated that they had an issue with the width of the property, because they're trying to have a circle and the property wasn't wide enough. So rather than having the road go outside the existing willows, within our design plan, we are taking out all the willows next to the embankment and move the roadway over, which will actually give them a wider area than they have now. And then looking at the plan, they were concerned about some fencing that we have to keep people from getting onto their landing zone. And they were concerned about skydivers landing on a 4-foot chain link fence, and I certainly wouldn't want to. And so we worked on it and agreed that we would instead use breakaway posts as they use in bicycle racing and the orange plastic fence. And then there was a discussion when the city administrator and I met with David about cars coming down the road when skydivers were landing, and we said, well, let's just close the road when skydivers are landing. I mean, it's not that big a deal. And on the weekend, which is their primary time, that road would not be used for anything except emergency vehicles anyway. And then the next step was the city administrator suggested an area on the airport for an additional landing area, and that's actually been studied in the EIR, but subsequently it's been learned that that area may not be big enough because of some FAA restrictions. There is another area that we identified and mentioned to the city administrator, and I don't know if he's had a chance to go forward with talking to Skydive about that. It's important to us that they stay here, and we truly believe that we will be a big benefit to their business. People that like to go fast in cars will probably like to jump out of airplanes. Did I get that for you?
John, you know, I still have a couple more questions here, okay?
Just wanted to also say that we invited David to be a part of this from the very beginning, and he was a member of our committee from the beginning, and we've bent over backwards to try and accommodate him as we move forward. So, I mean, what more can you do? He's not real workable.
Carl Creel.
Okay, well, you know, I still have a couple of questions here, and then I'll let somebody else have it, because this is important to me. It's important to the city. It's important to a lot of people here. I'm not just sitting here pushing the button and making decisions, not afraid to stand up for why I do it. People have said, hey, you're a flip-flopper. Not a flip-flopper, guys. Okay, we're looking out for the city's money. We're looking out for their future. We do need a little bit of growth. We do need some sustainability. We do need more houses. We need a few more things. Okay, guys, we need some amenities. We have people here from Santa Barbara. We have people from all over, and they have to go out of town to shop for everything. We need some things here. Sorry, we need them. So basically here is was there anything else we could have done to accommodate Skydive to make sure we were happy? Have we exhausted everything? Are the plans already set in stone?
No.
I have to ask because it's another business, and I'm told that there's another business out there that associated with Skydive that's a maintenance group that also is a job, it produces jobs for people, so that's why I have to ask that.
You know, we're certainly open, and the city administrator has actually been involved in talking with Skydive Santa Barbara to see what else could be done. When the environmental document comes out, that'll give us some more information. And again, part of the environmental document process is to look at alternatives to reduce impacts. So the process is a long way from done. And the other landing area that I recently talked to the city administrator about is another thing that could be helpful.
I have one more question, but it could be for the city manager or Teresa Gallivan. The money that's been extended right now, as far as the city's liable for because of our decision on May 12th, okay? The money that can be recouped, our total liabilities, is that minus the money we would have already lost because of our decision on May 12th? Okay, basically the city had some money at risk, okay? So basically by making that decision, we basically were told we gave away the city's money, correct? I mean, without any grant money or any possibility, because according to the MOU, and I have all of them right here, so if anybody wants to ask if I read it over and over and over again, okay? All right, guys? And I have both and the amendments, so I've done my homework, so if anybody wants to question me, I'm not running away, okay? So basically, what's at risk at this point that wasn't already at risk on May 12th, okay? Because basically we were told because the city was not actually acting in good faith, so to speak, by killing it. It's what I was told and the way it reads, okay? I'd like us to reference and do the math, considering we gave away money on May 12th, is what I was told, because we didn't proceed in good faith by allowing them to complete the EIR and the NEPA.
Okay, that's a good question. And I would disagree with the characterization that anything changed as a result of the May 12th action as to the city's exposure, because you have to understand the definition of the city's financial exposure. Once it has money out of pocket that may not be reimbursed, that is a financial exposure. And I do not believe that number's changed at all from before the May 2nd or after the May 2nd because we stopped incurring any additional costs on the project. So I'm going to ask Mr. Wilkie to verify my numbers. I believe altogether there was around $123,000 worth of financial exposure as of that time, and that would still be approximately the number at this point, correct? So I would disagree with the characterization that said that the actions changed the money that's at risk. Now, there are those that will argue that because of the action that was taken on the 12th, that might have solidified, in other words, in doing that action, you solidified, you took the city's financial risk from being an uncertainty to, if indeed that were your end result, that would make the risk finalized at that point, but it also stopped the ticker. Instead of, like we said, going forward, you have as much as $400,000 in financial exposure. You were stopping at 123, but indeed, the financial exposure was 123,000 or thereabouts then, and it is as we speak now.
I got you. My last question here is for Joe. Joe, under looking at these MOUs and the Second Amendment and all this, as it says, the city will work in good faith. How would you characterize what we did with our decision as the city working in good faith? Were we protecting the city's assets, or would you characterize by the vote on May 12th, or would you characterize it as us being in default because of the wording in this MOU? Okay? It could be interpreted a couple of different ways, and I want to make sure that our liability wasn't at risk because we made a wrong decision that day because we had a couple of choices here on our motions.
I'm going to restate the question so I'm sure I understood what you're asking.
Okay. And I can read it right off the MOU if
you want. You want to know whether or not, because of the decision the council made to stop spending any more money, whether or not that puts the city at greater legal risk under the terms of the MOU? Is that what you're asking?
I'm just saying, does that indicate that we weren't working in good faith, on behalf of the city working with motorsports, is what I'm saying. Your interpretation of how the MOU was written, okay? Because we didn't allow the completion of the EIR and NEPA. It's a pretty simple question.
My interpretation is the facts that the MOU are based on changed significantly from the time the MOU was entered into in terms of the things that needed to be done in particular timing. And because of that, the council had to decide, do we go forward with uncertainty or do we stop spending money? And that, to me, is not a bad faith decision. That's a good faith decision of the city protecting its public fisc.
Thank you for that explanation.
Okay, John, I have one more question for you, and then I'm going to ask Teresa some questions, but first, if you'll indulge me. Are you just here for just public comment on this? Okay. Do you plan on staying for the entire evening? She has a baby is sleeping in her... Okay, what I will do, if you'd like, I will open public comment for two speakers or one speaker? Two speakers. We're going to limit it to 1 minute, so you'll each have 1 minute. Then we're going to close public comment for the rest of you so she can get her babies to bed. Is that what you'd like to do? Okay, come on up here for your public comment. Okay, come on, let's be orderly. And I don't know if she's for or against it, so.
Okay, my name's Cameron. I've been a resident of Lompoc for 32 years now. And ever since I heard about this motorsports complex thing, I hear a lot of, I don't want to hear the noise, I don't want the dust, it's on my bucket list to drag race a car, I'd rather use the money for a fire station. Whatever it is, it feels like it's all a personal agenda. And I think if we all step back and take our personal agenda out of it, that Savannah, can you stand up? Thank you. That we can all take our bias out of it and see that the location is very inappropriate. It's in some of our highest selling homes that home values are going to be affected. And, sorry. I think one thing that the city did that addressed public entertainment for a select group was the Riverbend Bike Park, and that did not affect public home values or increase noise. And this is kind of a whole different bird. So just wanted to share my, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Wasn't ready for that.
And did you want the other baby? Did you want to?
Hi, I'm Beth Bardo, Baldacchino, and I've been in this town my entire life, except for when I left for quite a few years to go to college. I don't have a concern with the idea of something great coming to Lompoc. I've been trying to think of amazing things to come to our town. I do have a question about how it will affect everything. How are we going to have more law enforcement? How are we going to make sure that everything is maintained, kept safe? You know, lots of people gathering anywhere causes a need for more security. I know many times in this town, it takes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes for one police officer to get somewhere. How are we going to pay for all of those things? How are we going to accommodate all of the traffic coming in and out? When you leave coming in and out of town right there, there's accidents daily. So does this account for making the roads larger? Does this account for adding police force, adding security? Where is that money in this plan?
Okay, thank you. Your daughters are beautiful. Okay, we're going to close public comment. Come back. Yes.
There was a lady in the back that had a small child.
Okay, is there someone with a child that would like to get them to bed? Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. We're going to close public comment, bring it back to the discussion. So, John, I have one last question for you, then I'll have some more questions for the Assistant City Administrator. John, you mentioned that this project has potential of $50,000 revenue to the airport in the first year?
Yes.
And $100,000 in future years?
Yes.
Can you show me some documentation on that?
I don't think I brought all that with me. However, while you have public comment, I can certainly go back to the office and get it.
Okay. Because I'd like to see the documentation on that instead of just
Absolutely.
numbers. Okay.
And part of that is derived from the business plan, which this council saw with regard to the drag strip, and then the other part of it is derived from the business plan for the motorcycle park.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else for Mr. Lynn? Okay, thank you.
I think Carl
sure,
and
go
Will
ahead.
would like to say something.
Okay.
My name's Carl Creel. I'm chairman of the Motorsports Committee. John gave all the details, the particulars. I just want to express my thoughts about where we stand at this point. We're here tonight to reconsider that last vote, and we have new info, we have new numbers. I hate to say it, there's still an awful lot of negativity towards this. I don't think it's all financially motivated. I think it's, if it is financially motivated, it's not because of the loss to the city. The opponents have also said that this is a project that should be killed because it's the adult thing to do. I disagree with that also. I think that it's kind of childish to badmouth something that you don't understand and you don't have accurate information on. And that's where we stand right now. Until we have that EIR, we don't have any concrete information. And we need to get that out to the public. At least they'll be more informed if they're opposed to it. The facts that, as I see them, that probably 3/4 of this community wants this project. There's a very vocal opposition, there's no doubt, but the community wants this project, and I think the community needs this project. The community needs it for growth, for jobs. I'm not saying that this project will create the jobs themselves, but it will bring people to this community, which will make the other existing businesses thrive. Jobs will help the economy, and contrary to what people have been saying about property values, if the economy picks up, that will increase property values. We have an organization that reached out to us called the United States Motorsports Association. They represent motorsports nationwide. They did a study in regards to property values. They could find no data where a motorsports facility killed property values. Just the opposite. Generally, the economy thrives, and if anything happens negatively, probably the property values would go so high that the motorsports project or the facility would be shut down for homes or commercial use or something. So it's just the opposite of what the opponents have been saying. My final thought is that in spite of those that don't want growth in this community, Lompoc needs growth, and I think they want growth. So I'm asking you to vote to let this project move forward so we can see the EIR and know the absolute facts. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Schuyler?
Years ago, there was in Santa Maria, the Golden State Raceway. And when it closed, there was a citizens group, primarily from Paso Robles to Oxnard, met and there and looked at someplace on the Central Coast to do a motorsports project. And like I say, that's probably 25, 30 years ago. There were several areas looked in the area. Lompoc was also looked at one time. Lompoc did at one time have a motorcycle riding area down what is now currently Riverbend Park. And it was open for 19 and a half years and it was closed. During that time, 3 motorcycle shops came to town with selling the name bikes, and also 2 repair stations. When that was closed, then a lot of us went to 4-wheel drive vehicles or dune buggies and played in the river. And the result of that was 2 off-road shops came to town and opened up and provided supplies for those there. Then the enforcement of the river came up and they're not there. Currently right now we have no off-road shop devoted exclusively. Your best is probably Napa or Big Brand. They'll order special order off-road parts in there. So we've lost businesses because we're not catering to this. You know, and, I think there's 7 motorcycle shops in Santa Maria right now. You know, we approached the city originally with a conceptual plan, and the council approved it. And one of the council members seated at that time said she'd like to see a business plan. So we went out, hired a consultant, and come back in about 8 months, I think, with a business plan. And she presented it to the council, and the council again said, okay, that looks good, let's move on with the project. Okay, so there's been some comment that there was never a business plan. Actually, there was 2 business plans submitted. Now, after many meetings, hearings, several submittable plans, and multiple studies, that we are now kind of where we are right now. Now, projects have a process to it. Builders have come to you, homeowners have come to you, and the city explains the process to go through, and they go through the process. And we have done this. I believe there's a very, very strong need for the multipurpose park. We have over 9,000 signatures, and I'm sure that figure is way above that. I put out a new sheet in my shop. I filled up 2 of them. That's 17 in 2 weeks, just in my shop. People are saying we need to do this. So let's all get together, go to work together, and help this become a reality. It's definitely needed. Thank you.
Okay.
So let me get my 1 minute personal, and I won't come up in line.
Wait, John. I have more questions for the staff report, and then you can come up during oral public comment. Okay. Councilmember Mosby.
For Mr. City Manager, what has changed since the signing of the MOU with respect to financial risk and the dollar value of the financial risk?
The dollar value of the financial risk from when to now?
At the signing of the MOU, when the city said, hey, we're going to go do this thing, we got grant funds, we're going to move forward with this.
With the original MOU, if I understand it, there was going to be the intent was no financial exposure of the city. that the foundation was going to fundraise in advance of the need of the cash flow for things like the CEQA Phase 1 work. So what's changed from that point of being zero to where we are now is $123,000.
No, because originally wasn't the city to be reimbursed by the grant funds, so they were to advance funds for 50% of the CEQA.
If I may assist, because actually you weren't here when some of this was done. The original, I think, the original MOU had the city doing nothing out of pocket. Then there was an Amendment 2 that allowed the foundation to not have to put all the money up front, and the city council at that time decided to give them a, I'm going to call it a line of credit, it wasn't really that, but a line of credit that the city would be putting risk money up front on the hope that they would get the money from the foundation at particular milestones.
Yeah, you said hope. Choose your words on that, the hope. It wasn't just hope, it was on what the grant said. What the state grant said, it wasn't a hope. I mean, hope makes it sound like a little wishy. There was black and white that said about a reimbursement.
There was always an amount of money that the city, that someone was going to have to pay that the grant was not going to cover. There was always that amount of money. Originally, the MOU was written in such a way that there was a chunk of money that the foundation was going to put up before the city started incurring any costs to protect the city if for some reason the grant money didn't come in or the grant money had to be repaid. That was Amendment number 2 that changed that and allowed the foundation to have more, I'm going to call breathing room, and I'm sorry for the words I'm using, the breathing room to not have to come up with the money as soon as the original MOU said. So as of the Second Amendment, the foundation, between the Second Amendment and the May 12th decision, there were additional funds that we found out were going to have to be paid out that the MOU didn't really characterize and how those monies were going to be paid, except for the MOU saying the foundation has to pay everything that the city is not going to have grant money to pay for. That's the ALP. When we found out about the ALP, that's what we brought to you on the 12th. I think it was the 12th. We brought you on the 12th for a decision because at that time, if we were going to continue going forward, the city was going to have to pay more money up front than was contemplated by the Second Amendment.
So but again, the original MOU contemplated zero money ever being out of pocket, any financial risk. So the document you and I signed on March 4th, 2014 called for no financial exposure of the city.
There's a 50-50 component in there, right? 50% coming from the foundation and 50% coming from the grant.
Right. With no cash contemplated from the city.
So the foundation was anticipated to put 100% up, and then the 50% get reimbursed to the city, and the city would pay the foundation back.
That was my understanding. Was that that the foundation would do fundraising and post the money up front. Yes.
Oh, I didn't. In reading the grant, I didn't see that component that way. It was the city to be reimbursed by the grant for any component that was of that 50% of that, which now, as it turns out, could have been the modification of the 26.74%.
Just to be sure that I'm clear, there's the grant and there's the commitment of the city not having to pay anything up front, any of its own money to cover costs. The original MOU, the city was not going to have to even sign a contract with the EIR consultant until there was money put up by the foundation to cover 50% of the cost. Because that wasn't going to be possible, because the foundation couldn't raise that much money that soon, Amendment 2 was approved that gave them more breathing room to come up with that money.
Okay, now I remember originally there was an anticipated amount for an EIR of about $80,000. I remember there was an original estimate, and that got changed pretty fast. I think Rincon came in at 235 or something like that, and then it went to the other levels. So I think that's why you saw an Amendment 2 come together, is 80,000 to 235 was a significant difference.
I don't recall an estimate of $80,000. In fact, in the grant application, we used an estimate that is much closer to what the actual quote came in at, just to clarify.
So the next question is then, if we stop where we are right now, because I think there's probably more payments out than that, Mr. Wilkie, what is the total out right now for CEQA to, or who would know that? What's the total billing right now? Because I think it's bigger than the, have they billed pretty much all of it out? I mean, they're almost done, right?
Are you talking about the billing for Meridian?
Yes, Meridian, what is?
Including the bill we got for the last 45 days, it's around the 123 for payments to date.
So they're going to have in the next, to finish that, the balance of that? Or is there outstanding that's out there that of work they've already done?
The 123 is minus the 55 paid by the foundation, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
There are about 178 in altogether, as I understand it, less than 55, leaving 123, and there is some remaining work to be done. I think the consultant estimates about 3 days of work to have the draft EIR produced, but they haven't billed that. I believe all billing of all work so far leaves us right now with about $123,000 balance. Is that correct?
And we have gotten bills from them. We may not have paid them, but we've gotten bills through May 15th. So we have complete bills from them from inception to May 15th. And I don't know what the total amount of that expenditure is. I don't have that off the top of my head.
All right, so the chance of that getting refunded in this point right now from the state grant of the 123 is what? What's the chance of that getting, in the position we are right now and moving forward, what is the position of getting that refunded?
With the decision not to move forward, we would not be reimbursed those funds. Our current MOU indicates the foundation would reimburse the funds.
So there's 123 that's not going to be reimbursed by the grant at all at this point?
Not by the grant.
So
in order to be reimbursed by the grant, we have to complete phase one,
right,
all three components of it.
Because there's risk, and then there's the levels of risk that are involved. And granted, there is the potentialities of finalizing this, and when it's finalized, the potential risk at that time. If we get to that point, what would be the city's risk be then?
You're right. Risk is both a dollar amount and a percentage likelihood. So if I'm catching what you're driving at here, right now, if 123,000 is indeed the accurate number, and you'd say where we are right now, we're 100% sure we're exposed to 123,000, less the percentage of what's the likelihood that the foundation will do what it says in the current MOU that'll make the city whole, regardless of whether a project's delivered or not. So I don't know where that percentage lies, so I would assume we've got a pretty high percentage of that 123. It's pretty certain. Then what's the exposure if we move ahead as is being requested and we make those adjustments? Then, as I've said, recap before, I'd say the total potential financial exposure is around 400, but we reduce the likelihood that we lose that. Now, again, what percentage, I don't know, because I know the variables that we have under our control, at least as city staff, we're going to drive that hard so that it's not as a result of our lack of effort. I'm going to trust that the foundation is going to make good on their commitments of the work that they have to do to get that, get the work done and get it done on time. We're certainly going to ride herd on our consultant as well. The nebulous, the unknown, has to do with these other entities, both the federal agencies, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, FAA, and the state agency, State Park, because ultimately we've got to rely on someone who says, yeah, you've completed the work to our level of acceptance in order to approve that. So we've got these three other agencies, one at the state, two at the federal, that we don't ultimately control. So it's hard for me to tell you where that percentage goes, but it goes lower. So it's a higher dollar amount, lower risk exposure.
And likewise, too, the foundation would come forward with 176,000 of the 400. Right, that's the anticipated amount, the approximate 400 you're saying. They'd come forward with 176,000, which would, if they didn't get any grant funds, it'd increase your exposure to about 220,000.
Yeah.
So you'd be about 220,000, so you'd be about 90 to 100,000 more than you are currently right now would be the exposure.
With those ifs, yes.
Would be the ultimate exposure if you get the 176,000, as they said right here, which you're looking at, you know, another 100,000 right off the top to reduce exposure, or another 50,000 approximately to get you to the 103,000.
For instance, the city has to come with has to be ready to post another 73,000 just to get the APL going forward, or ALP, I'm sorry, ALP going forward. And we've got some other work that needs to roll right now.
So I did get this right, that the city hasn't applied for any of the grant funds so far?
No.
Okay. So what we're looking at tonight with what they anticipated coming through of 176,000 at roughly 400,000 is the increase in the exposure from where we are right now by the potential of 100,000 if they keep their word, as they have done. I'm assuming. Have they missed any payments that the city has asked for? Have they come forward with their payments? As per the MOU, there's a request for payment. Is the city written as per the MOU making requests for payments?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay, so there's nothing to show that they haven't made payments.
Well, I was alarmed after the meeting of the 12th that I spent that entire weekend trying to calm a lot of nerves out there because of them saying no, they weren't going to pay. Instead, they would pursue insolvency. So that was my saying, if the city went after them for, you know, in other words, if we stopped the project and the city went after them for the money that the city would have been owed, then rather than pay it, their plan was to pursue insolvency because, for whatever reason, but
well,
yeah,
you stopped the study. The study was stopped.
That's a concern to me. I mean,
yeah. Well, no, I hear you, but the study was stopped. But while we're continuing forward, there was never a chime when you went to the foundation and asked for funds.
Right.
That's what I'm getting at.
Right.
When we got it, we stopped dating.
Right. We've been following the foundation's lead and working with them. We've been working together, and they've been good about communicating where they are. I'd say, you know, certainly lately, communicating where they are, how they're doing on fundraising, where they would need this, you know, when we need to step up or what we need to do and what they can do and deliver. So yes, I think that part's been going well.
Yeah.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, but a nuance to that is when we all found out for the first time, or the second time, whatever, we all found out that there was another $73,000, at that time it was $75,000, that needed to be paid now in order to be able to ensure we got things done in time to get the grant money. There wasn't a decision by the foundation then to say, here's the money.
Yeah, so you're correct. We did not ask, and nor did they.
No, and that's what I guess part of the presentation and part of the potential modification of the MOU was to alleviate that and to come to the solution and the conclusion to get the funds.
Right, but
we never. What the ultimate goal is.
But you're correct. We never did a demand and them refused to pay or anything. Correct.
Okay. So what I'm getting at here is if we go forward, the 176,000 were to come in there, and we didn't qualify the state grant, the city would be in a $100,000 worse position than they are now. Because they're talking 176 by September. They're talking about having
given those ifs, but I'm telling you, as we speak, and for the moment, without the ifs, going forward changes us from 123 to 395. Sounds like about 47.5 is available pretty quickly to buy that down, leaving us at about 345. And then those other ifs kick in and can buy buy down that exposure, yes.
And I assume come September, there'll still be some outstanding bills that would be got on the studies as we're kind of pay as we go, right?
Certainly.
So at that time, you would be able to check at that time and say, hey, red flag, white flag, whatever's coming up, right?
I think we're going to be, if we were proceeding forward, we were going to be in pretty constant communication on these issues, yes.
Okay, so I'm just getting, if we get to those points, there are some benchmarks potentially down the road that could be identifiable to see where we are, which again, if you didn't see come September that you were there, right?
I think that's a fair statement, yeah.
And which gives them time to come up with what they got, and as comments have come forward here, and would get the city, and probably you would even have less than the increase of $100,000 where we're sitting now in exposure, because there'd still be time to cut ties with environmental analysis at that time and potential debt for the city. So the total number might not hit the 400,000 if you're able to pull the plug come September, October.
Absolutely. That's true.
But you would already have...
To the extent you don't do, you keep any portion of the work undone because you get to a point where you do pull the plug, then yes, we reduce the city's exposure by that amount that you don't, that amount of work that remains undone.
So there's like, again, like I said, there's levels of benchmark that could potentially go down.
Correct.
That could reduce that $100,000 if the grant funds don't come
There's
through.
potential to either reduce it, or there's potential, I think as you're also indicating, that if you do graduate it forward, that you can regulate that.
Okay. So and it seems like, you know, what I kind of, people ask me what happened. I said, in my eyes, it's kind of what seeing what the foundation stuff is like, you know, the city and the foundation were, so to say, dating. I mean, we had an agreement that we're moving along with. And then when all of a sudden somebody got up and wanted to leave the other person with the meal, you know, you broke the date, and the other people are saying, well, you want us to pay for the meal, and, you know, things got over-exaggerated at that time.
But when my date told me they were going to pay for the meal regardless of whether they got anything for the date, I kind of took them at their word.
Well, and likewise, too, as I understand that it was to work and continue to try to do this, and if you saw opportunities for modifications, and I think that was a significant understanding of a modification of the MOU from the 50% to the 26% on the match. And that was a significant... I'll wait for you, Mr. Mayor.
If
you want to let him roar. I mean,
no, I've got some questions I want to
I was just talking about the public noise. I don't know if that was... I know it's got to be silent when you're speaking, so I wasn't sure what was going on.
Okay, come on. Okay, come on. We want to be respectful. Go ahead, Mr. Messerschmidt.
Well, I think the manager knows where I'm getting it from. I know other people know what I'm getting at.
Okay. No more questions? I've got some questions for Assistant City Administrator. Okay, now a lot of these questions have been answered. I just want to re-ask them just for clarification. So if deadlines are missed and/or the project is not completed or completed on time, who is ultimately responsible for the repayment of the grant?
The city, if it is not completed, if phase one is not completed, the city would have to repay any reimbursements it received from the grant. And it would be out any funds it put up front that the foundation didn't cover.
Okay. And this is even more right now, but the staff report indicates that the remainder due by the foundation is zero, but in reality, it's not zero. It is the $73,000 for the ALP. That is still due from the foundation.
The $73,310 for the ALP, and then there is money that has been committed that would be coming in of about $46,000 that we do not have in hand to date.
Correct. Okay.
But it's committed.
So it's really not zero at this point. According to the staff report, it says it's zero. It's really not zero.
It will be zero at the time that $47,500 and change is paid, not counting the ALP.
Right. Okay. And then the total project cost, it lists in the staff report of $272 plus the $73 for a total of $345. And now the city manager says that it could be upwards of $400,000.
Well, again, counting the $47,500 that we don't have in hand, in literal sense, that's what gets us up around.
But we don't have it in hand right now. So.
Right.
Okay, so what things can possibly go wrong with this project that it would not be completed?
If for some reason environmental work wasn't completed, the NEPA work perhaps, the ALP being a very big component of that, the airport layout plan needs to be approved by the Federal Aviation Administration. So that organization, I mean, how the timing and how they process that approval is outside of our control. Our consultants have touched base with the outside agencies to work cooperatively together. However, they did, note that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife and the Federal Aviation Administration are agencies that have their own process, and those are areas that are outside of our control on timing.
Sure. And I understand the U.S. Corps of Engineers is going to be wanting to put their 2 cents in as well?
I haven't heard about it. Had you?
Yeah, the Army Corps of Engineers.
Yeah.
What's their topic area, do you know?
Yeah, it's the property that's along the riverbed, in the river, part of the project that's in the river.
Okay. That's a
So
new
what
one-
I'm trying
new one
to
me.
get to, there's a whole list of federal agencies that are going to want to get in. And remember, we're under a time limit here. And the lease, we have to have the lease negotiated at what point?
Well, prior to the FAA finalizing, I'd say that deadline approximates probably where the ALP needs to be as well, because both of those things are FAA, ultimate FAA approvals. I'm not anticipating, because it's the approval of the lease that is the unknown, but the negotiation of the lease, I think we can get through in good time because the players are here. It's just the final approval from FAA.
If I may, Mr. But we don't need the lease approved to have Phase 1 be considered complete to get the grant money for Phase 1.
Correct.
Okay. But we would have to have the lease completed by, if I'm correct, the final deadline for this is April 15th.
No.
Okay.
Yes, the final deadline is April 15th, but that's for Phase 1 money and stuff.
Correct. But the lease
The
would have
lease is not part of Phase 1.
Okay. And then it hasn't been talked about yet, but I'm just going to throw it out there. I don't expect any answers. We've been threatened with litigation if we proceed forward. I just want to throw that out there, that these are additional costs. So if a lawsuit is brought against us, who is responsible for defending us? Is it the foundation? Is it the city?
The foundation will be responsible for paying the cost. You have the decision on who you'd want to have as your attorney to represent the city.
But ultimately, well, according to the MOU, the foundation is responsible
Yes.
to reimburse us to defend the city.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, insurance on this project. Have we talked about insurance at all?
No, we haven't got there. I was assuming insurance was going to ultimately be an operational issue. In other words, terms of the lease would include terms of the hold harmless and indemnification, which incorporates the insurance requirements.
Okay, I'm stating this because in the 80s and 90s, or similar projects, councils stopped these projects for similar reasons to what we have right now, but also because insurance companies said they would not insure the project anymore, and the city would have to self-insure for this type of project. So another potential cost to the city that I am very concerned about. And then my other concern is, who's responsible for the ongoing operations if and when the foundation can no longer take care of it? For example, we just recently had in the newspaper a deteriorating memorial over in River Park, the Vietnam Memorial. This was a volunteer group that built this memorial, took care of it for a while, stopped taking care of it. Then another organization tried to take care of it, but now turns out it's probably going to end up being the city's responsibility to maintain it. Who is ultimately responsible for maintaining this if and when a similar thing happens with the motorsports park?
Well, as Mr. Lynn pointed out, the concept is to build the park, turn it over to the city, so the city is owner.
Okay, come on. We want,
the
you guys
city
are going to be
is-
up until midnight if we keep going like this.
In the event of the failure of performance by the foundation, it would revert back to the city for the city and ultimately you, the council, to make decisions on, continuing operations or ceasing operations or whichever direction you'd want to go.
Okay.
But it would revert to the city.
Okay, so if for some reason, if we move forward today, go with a new MOU, and we put more city funds, loaned city funds, are these unsecured, or do we have any security from the foundation that we will be reimbursed for these?
We have no, you mean like an instrument of security, like a performance bond or a letter of credit? We have no instrument of security. We have their good faith and credit, if you will.
Okay. And then the last question, again, I want to just verify. To be reimbursed, the date that the city has to have all of its documentation in to the state for reimbursement.
We've been told that's April 15th.
Okay. So everything that we're talking about right now, the CEQA, the NEPA, the ALP, mitigation, does that, yeah, that would have to be at least.
Not the mitigation itself.
Okay, it would have to be done.
We would like to have it done by March 1st in order to process the paperwork to get to the state by April 15th. So
Okay,
March 1st.
so if we didn't have it to the state by April 15th, would we be reimbursed for any mitigation?
If we don't have our paperwork in a timely fashion, the state may not be able to process it for reimbursement, not of the mitigation, but of the work done on the studies,
Okay,
the consultant fees.
Okay, does anyone believe that there will not be any mitigation? I mean, it's...
The reference to mitigation, maybe you can clarify why you're asking about the mitigation, because that's not part of phase one.
I realize that, but what I'm talking about is for us to be reimbursed for the mitigation, we'd still have to have that to the state by April 15th?
No.
Oh, I thought that's what you just said, Teresa.
No, not the mitigation, the reimbursement for consultant fees to do the environmental work and the airport layout plan.
Okay.
Just to be clear, the two significant deadlines we have right now are all of the phase one work as of today has to be finished by December 31st. So the first thing we have to do, which the state has said they're willing to do, is change that drop dead date till we're suggesting March 1st. If we get all of the phase one stuff done by March 1st, the next drop dead date is April 15th. We have to have all our paperwork in order to get the reimbursement, showing what we need reimbursement for by April 15th.
Okay. Councilmember Humdahl.
Yeah, just one quick question to staff. As we hear of all the dollars it's going to cost or may cost, as of today, if it does not go forward today, what is the total cost we have involved? I've heard everything from $73,000 to $400,000.
So total costs out to date are approximately $123,000 plus the latest bill that we've received, which I'm sorry we don't have off the top of our head. But I'm going to put it in a ballpark of maybe 160 total.
Okay, any other, Councilmember Vega.
This one's for John Land. John, the ALP is going to cost about $73,000, correct? And you guys would have to fundraise for that. Is there an instance where you guys would be able to set a deadline for having that money to the city if they did move forward? Or
Our
would
goal,
you be
our goal would be to have it in by
commit?
September 1st, but we wouldn't hold it all till the end. We would, as we pick up an increment, if you will, say $10,000, we would just pay it in. And to what Carl mentioned earlier is that we have a number of people who have committed to funding that, but they want to see the EIR. So when that EIR is out, that would help us a great deal because people will be able to see it. And Victor, if you'd just give me a second, I'd like to address two things that the mayor asked about. Okay. So the issue that the city had for insurance is different than the issue we have. We have a funding stream from operating the park to buy insurance, and there are two very large national companies that would love to have our business. We have chosen to do business with the one that the International Hot Rod Association does business with, and we actually have, I don't know, 30 pages of questions that we've answered for them going forward. The other thing that you asked about was with the Army Corps of Engineers and the stream bed modification permit. So back in, I want to say it was 2012, but it could have been late 2011, the city contracted with then Penfield and Smith, and the engineer's name was Craig Stewart, to look at a number of issues along the river, the cable dike system that the city's now in the process of having repaired, the washout in the bike path, and also what the impact would be of putting some type of motorsports park on this facility. And his opinion that came in then was that the stream bed modification permit would be granted because the process of clearing the park actually improves stream flow rather than diminishing it. And based on what he recommended, we actually rearranged the park to put the drag strip over next to the embankment so that the bleachers would be on the embankment and they wouldn't have to be removable. So those changes were made way back at the beginning based on what Craig Stewart told us. And we have talked to him a number of times since then.
Okay, I want to go to public. Does anyone need a break before we go to the public comment? Okay. Okay, so we're going to public comment. I want people to line up over here, and everyone will have 1 minute. I'm sorry?
Turn these in.
Yeah. Okay, I want everyone to remind you, okay. I want to remind everyone, when you come to the microphone, state your name very clearly, and then your clock will start.
Hello, my name's Molly Machine, and first, thank you for your public service. It's not an easy job, and I do appreciate you being here. I'm here tonight to ask you to withdraw your support for this project, and that's going to be really hard because you have really good people here who are enthusiastic and they've been raising money, but I'm asking you to look at what's best for the whole community. I don't need an EIR to tell me that there's going to be more congestion, there's going to be more noise. This will impact the community. I don't think it's fair that this is, because it's located in the city limits, it is going to affect the houses in the nearby area. It's not fair that it's going to impact existing businesses. That's just not fair. And the biggest problem I have with this project, it's a money pit. If you move forward with this, you are going to be paying on this for years to come, and heaven help you if when they turn the project over to you. I wish you good luck.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, I'm choosing not to state my name, and I don't have to. It's an option. So I just like everybody to know that you don't actually have to state your name, because that's also in the city council. I'm following up on Councilmember Vega and Councilmember Mosby's comments, because what I'm hearing is that if you guys don't restart this project, we are out $123,000. You are going to make the taxpayers pay $123,000 because you want to stop the project that bad. When continuing the project, you can get through phase 1 and then kill the project if you want. Go ahead. But phase 1 is what you agreed to do in the grant, and that's what you should do. And thank you, Councilmember Vega and Councilmember Mosby, for making that really clear. We won't be reimbursed unless you change your minds.
Thank you. Next, please.
Jane Fassel. I don't mind stating my name.
I just recently saw a picture in the Santa Barbara newspaper after the May, I don't know, there was a meeting on the 12th and the 17th that nobody bothered to mention, the one on the 17th. And the scope of this thing was about 10 times bigger than what I initially thought. There were mud bogs, four-wheeler tracks, motorcycle sites, four-wheelers, I said that, bicycle tracks, along with the drag strip. That one blew my mind. And it's plopped, like the previous second lady in front of me, right in the middle of the neighborhoods. Neighborhoods on three sides. There's only one side that isn't a neighborhood, and that's fields. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, please.
Joyce Howerton. Enough. Enough. Half-truth. Little money. Missed deadlines. Empty promises. Amended MOUs. Sound familiar? LHCDC. The two bogus spaceport projects, and now the motorsport park. Enough is enough. You talked about the expense, the EIRs, you talked about NEPA, you talked about all the different costs that this project will have. The 800-pound gorilla in this room, and it is in this room, is litigation. This project is going to cost the city more money than we will ever be able to afford. And I don't believe for a minute that if you went forward with it, this project would ever be a reality. No communities build drag strips anymore. They're not feasible. Enough is enough. I ask you to show true, strong leadership and deny it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Sure, thank you. I'm Mark Scudolero. I've spent over half my life in large cities like Detroit and LA, and crime, noise, pollution, and I was fortunate to come here to Lompoc. It's a beautiful little city, quiet little valley, clean air, city of arts and flowers. This would be a nightmare if you brought this to our town. This is a black hole of noise, pollution, lawsuits. I have no idea why you want to do it in Lompoc. Maybe it has something to do with having someone to pay for it. It makes a whole lot more sense to have it outside the city somewhere. I mean, everybody should have a right to do what they want to do, but not here. Please, not here.
Thank you. Next, please.
Honorable Mayor, council members, my name is Ricardo Crespo. I am a registered professional engineer. I have 30 years experience in project management. In a nutshell, this project is grossly underfunded. We started with a city commitment for no expenditure. Then we had one amendment that added, $60,000, $70,000. Now we're having another amendment, and we're looking at $400,000. I'd much rather lose 120 or 130 or 160 than the 400,000 plus the cost that we have not talked about, since we're borrowing from phase 2 to complete phase 1. I urge you not to approve the job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Garrett Paget. I've lived in Lompoc my whole life, and I think to deny the motorsports park would be ill-advised. Lompoc's always had a problem with finding programs for youth to attend to keep them out of trouble. When put in the right direction, I think this park could benefit not just the youth of the community, but just bring everybody together as a strong point. Generating revenue, everything. I think you guys should approve the plan.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Chuck Griffin, and it seems like there's two subjects that should be discussed in this. One is all the money. Well, there ain't no way I'm going to be able to follow all of your numbers that have been thrown back and forth here with one thing that sticks in my craw, and that's that there isn't enough money in this grant to cover phase 1, so you're going to borrow from phase 2, And what happens down the road when phase 2 runs out of money? To me, this just seems like it's Peter borrowing from Paul to pay somebody. It doesn't make any sense at all. But the other issue is the quality of life, as was just brought up, that the people who will be playing and enjoying in the sports park are not the ones who are going to have to live over it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Christine Bryant, and I just want to say, when we lived in Santa Maria, we could hear the Napoma Raceway, and we were 15 miles away. This town's not even 15 miles square. We moved here because we wanted the quiet. We wanted to retire somewhere that's quiet. I have a son that has one functioning lung. If this happens, I'm going to have to move because we live right on the edge, and that won't be good for him. And who's going to pay the difference of what we lose on our house? We will lose over $300,000 if we leave right now, if we leave before the economy really picks up. So that will be a lawsuit because it's not fair to the people who live there.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Ann Mickadite. I am totally against the motorsports park being located in town. Due to the noise, due to the homeowners, it's not fair to the businesses. I think it's a big gamble with taxpayer money. I think you need to cut your losses. I don't think that it's fiscally responsible. I think it is a money pit, as it's been said before. They keep coming back with their hand out, and they really don't have a long-term plan. I think a good question was about the insurance, and there's never really a definite answer from them. We've got this, we've got that, but where is it? The other thing is that it's going to be loud. I could hear the mud bogs when they were in the riverbed from my house, and I don't want the airport's even closer to my house. And the other thing that I haven't heard anyone mention is animal control's right there. How that's going to affect all those animals. We're talking about having to contract out maybe or find new services for animal control. Might have to find a new place to put it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Victoria Cesani. I have a lot of questions. I'm not going to ask them because I'm dead tired. But this seems to be a big can of worms. I mean, this is a project and that's great, but come on, where's the good faith from the foundation? It sounds like the city has come up with its end, yet the foundation has changed the times, changed dates or whatever. Where's that good faith? I'm not seeing it. And $400,000, guys, is that chump change? No, and who are the chumps? Who's going to be the chumps? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. I want to remind everyone to address the council instead of the public. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Larry Serpa. The only thing I'm against is the park's location. I grew up in the hometown of Wattsville. We did have a racetrack. I was about 4 or 5 nautical miles as a crow flies from the racetrack, and when they're racing, you could hear it. That's a given. And that's the reason I'm against it, is just strictly because of its location. It's going to be impacted. It's going to echo through the valley. The winds blow our directions up in the Bluffs and Mesa Oaks and the other subdivisions, and it's going to be extremely loud. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Lingle. My name is Sasha, and I live in the Highlands. My husband and I, we bought in 2009. We wanted to find a neighborhood to raise our young daughters that was quiet and peaceful. We found a neighborhood, and I would like to keep it quiet and peaceful. It's a great neighborhood where we spend a lot of time in the backyard together as a family, quiet and away from the busy world. I have read what residents living in neighborhoods near motorsport parks have said about the noise. They have described it as high-pitched, nerve-wracking, irritating, sharp, ear-piercing, and angering. Because of such reports, I'm standing here with some of my neighbors, urging you to, turn this project down. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Josh, and like my wife, we've lived in the Highlands since 2009. I appreciate your consideration of this and looking at it from all the directions. I grew up in rural South Carolina, and I drive a Jeep. Grew up with motorcycles and four-wheelers, and the important part of that was the rural part of that. This is a community that is fairly small. We have a lot of people that are close to that park and would be affected by dust. We have water going into that to keep the dust down. We have, mufflers going on, but in South Carolina, we had Bike Week in Myrtle Beach, and with stock mufflers on there, you know that if you lived in that town, you heard every single bit of that noise. The effect on the individuals, local businesses like the skydiving, if there is some impact financially or otherwise, then I think that it's responsible to consider that this might be more cost than you've anticipated.
Thank you, sir. Next.
My name is Ann Jimenez, and I would like to say that I do support community sports and activities, but I think this is a terribly misplaced location for this facility. It's open air. We all know that noise travels. It's going to have a very, very severe effect on current residents that own their home, that already live here, that have invested in their homes. Property values will go down. It's going to be like living over a freeway, and nobody's going to want to buy a home like that. The other issue that has come up tonight is the financial impact that this is going to have on the city. There is a huge risk. I think it is advisable to put a stop to it now. You will get some of that money back. I think it would be safer to just walk away from this now while we can. I don't think it's going to be a viable project in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Anne Rouget. I've been a resident here for 23 years. Excuse me. You're sitting up there. I sat up there once. It's your time to be fiscally responsible. It's the charge of the council to watch out for the city's finances. And if you could proceed like you're doing, you're going down this very, very slippery slope. Some of you remember LHCDC, and that was a very slippery slope also. It's time to cut this off now. The sleeping giant has awakened. We finally got enough people here who are against this project. There are a lot of people out there who are against this project. They've been very quiet about it, but they are against it, and you really need to realize that. Stop the insanity. Definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect a different answer. You're still going to get the same answer if you proceed with this project.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, please.
I'm A.J. Tarman. I'm a 40-year longest licensed real estate broker in this county, and my appraisals have been accepted by the Superior Court of Santa Barbara County. I don't know who said earlier today that this would have no effect on property values. You all must go up and interview the builder above the Santa Maria Raceway. He couldn't give his houses away. I'd encourage you all to get off this little island we call home. I'm wondering why Buellton, we're running 3/5 of their values. I'm wondering why Santa Barbara is selling it, we're selling it 1/5 of what Santa Barbara houses are selling for. We used to sell it 1/2. Why? This project is not the way. My friends in Santa Barbara are laughing at us. I just want to mention the safety concerns of this. IMSA, which is their group, issued a study on death at the track, and I quote, "The lack of safety where weekend warriors participate or where most of the deaths occur on small ovals and drag strips. That rate has greatly increased." So in closing,
You need to wrap it up. No.
Okay.
Go ahead.
In closing, I'd just like to say, when was the last time you heard, "Oh, I'm from Bakersfield," and the person responded, "Oh, I've always wanted to live there."
Okay.
Thank you so much for listening.
I'm Judy McKinnon, coming up on 40 years as a resident here. I've appeared before City Council a few times before, but not in a long time. This brought me out. I ask you, are you gambling men? Do you think that when you throw good money after bad, you're going to come out on top? The answer is no, you're not. Take your losses now and get out of this project. This is a nightmare. I don't understand why the city was even thinking about going into business with a foundation, and that's what it is. It's a commercial enterprise, and a bad one. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, please.
My name is Dorian Hodge, and I live on South I Street. This project is a hot mess. We need to terminate it now and not pursue it any further. We have heard other people comment about LHCDC. We've heard concerns about the noise, about pollution, about traffic congestion, safety, litigation. This is not a project that should be within the city limits, and it's not a project that's appropriate for the City of Arts and Flowers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and members. My name is Ruth McKenna. I'm here tonight to say that our motorsports project and complex would like to move forward on this and is going to be made up of 6 other tracks besides our drag strip. Now, on another note, not only is our track going to be used for families to come out and bring their motorized vehicle, but it seems that everyone is forgetting that our track could be used for many other purposes, such as families that can have a birthday, a nonprofit can hold a meeting, any church can hold a service out there, or if someone would like to get married. Plus, any other event that a family would like to celebrate their special occasion may do so. My husband and I have a small business here in town, and I feel that building this track would be a very profitable thing to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, please.
Hey, my name is Dan Petrie. It's nice to be back here again. I live in Vandenberg Village, and of course, I don't get to vote for the council because I live in the village, but if I did, I would have voted for all of you. With that being said, I'm here to support the motorsports project, and some of the negatives I've heard. I've lived on Constellation since 1966, which is right down from Cabrillo High School. And 4 times a day, on the way to school, lunchtime, and getting out of school twice a day, the traffic there is very bad, as you know. When I'm in my house, I don't hear it. If noise would have been a problem, my family would have sold our house 40 years ago. But we're still there, and my parents have never complained about the noise there. I have never complained about it, and that's what I have to say. Also, we're going to be the only track in the whole area. We're going to draw people from Paso Robles all the way down to Ventura. Think about that whole Santa Ynez, Solvang, that whole area that will participate, not just Lompoc. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Justin Rouget, and I'm a resident here for 22 years. I'd like to thank the mayor and the city councilman for voting no on this project. I hope that you'll stick to your decisions. You'll stop the bleeding that we've had of city funds. Our city funds should never be spent this way. We should spend our time and money on safety. What's missing? We need a new fire station, and we need better police facilities. That's what we should be working on, not this silly project. This does nothing for the city, not a darn thing. And what it's going to do is impact on a very nice city business over in the airport. We shouldn't do this. The city staff has told you this is a bad thing to do. They've given you the picture clear as can be. If you go ahead, you're derelict in your duties. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. My name's Chris Christensen. I'm a longtime resident of the area. My family moved here in '63. I'm a member of the Lompoc Valley Parks Recreation and Pool Foundation, have been since 2011. I really take offense to being compared to an organization that conducted criminal activity. It's really offensive and it's unwarranted. We haven't defaulted on anything. In fact, our organization entered into a good faith agreement with the city for this project. We've been planning on this project for 5.5 years. And right when we're about to come to a point where decisions really can be made, in other words, when we have the impact study done, you want to kill the project. That is the insanity. Please, let's just move forward in good faith like we started and see where we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Carol Redhead. I just retired here from Orange County traffic hell down there. I think that maybe I would suggest you go on social media to see what's happened to all the big drag strips in the United States. The Fontana and Irwindale drag strips just closed. So I think you're getting a lot of help from Los Angeles, San Bernardino. So you're going to be getting a lot of those people here. And I recommend that you vote against this. I love this beautiful little city, and I want to keep it that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Teresa Panzer. I live in the city of Lompoc, and I don't envy your position. I understand, having raised 2 boys here, the importance of having options for families and kids, but I think the proposal, the current proposal within the city boundaries of Lompoc is ill-conceived. If you look at Qualcomm Stadium in San Diego that was referenced tonight, it has 2 interstates that border it and a tremendous buffer zone. That's not the situation here. U.S. City Council members represent all of the residential neighborhoods within the city. And borrowing from the future Phase 2 to pay for Phase 1, unanticipated costs such as increased public safety, potential liabilities to the city, decreased property values, noise pollution, air pollution, reduced quality of home life. I urge you not to move forward with the current proposal.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Mesa. As a homeowner in Stonebrook, my house backs up against Central Avenue, and that puts my house really, really close to this proposed tract. On any given day, you can hear cars going up there and motorcycles going back and forth, and I can almost imagine what kind of noise and dirt and dust is going to be in my backyard. I am concerned about all that. I do have a couple of questions, though. We were talking about how they're going to cut the dirt down. That was because they're going to water the loop-de-loops, or whatever they call them. We can't even water our yard, and they're going to use water to cut the dirt and dust down for that. That makes no sense to me. And I firmly believe that my property value will be lowered because of this. Now, it was mentioned that, that there was no decrease in property values in some other cities that have racetracks, but I don't believe those racetracks are within a half mile of hundreds of homes and neighborhoods that people moved here for that. Thank you for your time and consideration. Vote no.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Michael Donahue, and this is a project where I believe you cannot trust the Motorsports Foundation. It seems to me that nothing's changed. The contingencies haven't changed. The risk hasn't changed. And I don't know about you guys, but I can't borrow money on a memorandum of understanding. No bank takes that. And yet you're putting the city's money at risk by assuming that what Mr. Lynn says is in fact, and it's proven that it's not. There's been multiple changes. This is a pristine valley on the coast. There's no city like this, with this pristine valley, anywhere on this coast in California, that would ever allow this for the reasons that were already given. So it's a question of, what do you want to be known for? I talked to a woman, she said, why not? She has kids that are soccer players. She said, why not make beautiful soccer fields? I'm driving all over the place to play soccer with club soccer.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Hello, councilmen and council ladies. My name is Joshua Meadows, and I am here on behalf to support the Lompoc drag strip and all the amenities that come with that. I think it's really funny, the last meeting that we had where we voted to kind of give this a second try and see if we can come to a conclusion, it was really funny how the younger crowd was there back then. And now that's the last straw, now that this might be it, we've got kind of the older ones coming around. And I think we've got a lot of people given their kind of individual, I don't want to say selfish, but lots of individual needs and their own opinions. And like I said, let's take a look back and see the future that's going to be running this town. Who is the future? How long are the rest of you going to be here? You know, I don't want to see this as a little small retirement town. I really don't.
I mean
Thank
it.
you.
I will have the chamber cleared if we have any more of this.
And I would really like to see this town become something more. Like, I don't want to come here to retire and die.
Officers, who find out who's talking and ask them to leave. Escort them out, please. Go ahead, sir.
Mayor, Council, my name is Scott Debke. I'm not originally from Lompoc, moved here in 2011. However, I was raised around drag racing my entire life. The family that I gained while being raised around that with my mom and dad, they're family with me till the day I die. I have 3 small children, and I'm more than willing and proud to raise them in the same type of environment I was raised in. Having lived around drag racing, I've seen it in big cities and small. I have not yet once seen a city, even as small as Osceola, Indiana, which if you can find it on a map, please do, because I still can't. I'm from there. That town thrives off the small drag strip that runs through it. There's no reason to stop this project. With any project, yes, there is a cost up front, but let's look at what it's going to do for the city and make on the back end. Guaranteed, this project will make more money for this city than anything that has in a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Brandon Matsey. I'm a local resident. Kind of forgot half the stuff I wanted to say, listening to everybody else's talk before we even got to speak. But I believe the main concern here is the financials, and we're listening to a lot more than just financials about all these people in line. If we get down to it, the environmental impact report that we're trying to get completed, that we have, what, 3 days left on of work? If that's completed, it should answer a lot of questions, even though it's not going to make everybody happy, including some of you fellows and ladies and gentlemen in the audience. But it will have some answers, and we've already in debt to it right now. We've already got money there. I mean, 3 more days of work on just the EIR itself. That's, give it a chance. You got a lot of money coming back in return from the state, but if you don't want it, I mean, you guys can give up on it. Please reconsider.
Thank you, sir. Do you girls want to say anything? No? Okay.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, I'm Pam Stevens. I'm a realtor in town. And if you're going to plan a city, you're not going to probably plan it around a racetrack and a motocross or a motor park. There will be a loss of value. It is a bowl. You hear everything in a bowl. It'll impact our higher end in Lompoc. It'll impact the new construction up at the Y, as well as Mesa Oaks and those surrounding communities. The other problem I have is that we're being told how much money will come in, but nobody's even addressed that. I believe my understanding, this is short of a regulation track, so we will not have the big racers coming in because the wins won't count. And nobody's even talked about that, so I kind of feel that should be questioned also. And I'm not against the track, I just think it should be somewhere else where it can be regulation and outside the city.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, please.
My name's Myron Haven, and there's a bunch of us in our local area. We live a mile or 2 away from the proposed racetrack, and we're becoming very aware and very socially active with regards to we just don't like this project. There's a recent economic survey put out, I believe, by the Santa Barbara College, and it said that every city in Santa Barbara is going to grow, except for Lompoc and Guadalupe. And it has to do with image. The people in Santa Maria and the people in Santa Barbara, they look down on us. And that's the reason businesses aren't coming here. And I heard all of these economic studies, but I don't think they're getting down to the main points. The main point is the image of the city. The main point is attracting businesses. And you're not going to do that with a motor park, sports park, and you're not going to do that based on all this iffy nonsense financing.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
My name's David Seipel. I've been here since 1990, and I'd like to say that we are not building this track for the big guys. We're building this for the common folk in Lompoc so they'd have something to do. The other thing I would like to say is we need the EIR so we can make an intelligent decision, and we're missing the most important point of this whole thing. Any places motorsports has been available to the public, deaths of kids have gone down. So we'll do everything to save a frog or a salamander, but we don't want to seem to do anything to save a kid. And it doesn't have to be your kid that's the speed demon to do this. All your kid has to do is make the mistake of getting in the wrong car at the wrong moment, and your family is destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Travis Bryson. I'd like to touch on a few points that everybody's talked about. They're talking about sound and pollution. You guys live next to a base that launches rockets. I mean, seriously? You guys are worried about pollution and sound, but we launch 26 rockets a month. Dirt, you guys live in a farm city. I mean, honestly, there's dirt all over the place. I can't go anywhere in Lompoc without there being dirt. With a track coming here, your economical growth would be, I mean, ridiculous. All the businesses that would come here, food, everybody. It's honestly a no-brainer. And also with the sound, the NHRA top alcohol dragsters that everybody is referencing, that they would not be running on an 8th Mile track. 8th Mile track would be the common folk like me and all my friends who want to come out and have fun on a Friday and Saturday night. So if you guys are really opposed to all of us having fun because you guys are worried about sound, don't live across the street from an airport. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Jadia Salazar. I've lived here all my life. I'm 22. Throughout my life growing up here, I've always had fun, you know, going bowling when we had a bowling alley, going to the movies, going to the fairs. Now, there wasn't really much to do. When I was in high school, I got into a lot of trouble, and I got myself out of it. I got myself doing jobs. I'm working as a waitress. I would really want Lompoc to have something fun for the youth to do. There's not much now. I mean, we only have one movie theater. I would like to see it. It would bring a lot of revenue throughout, and I just really hope you reconsider.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Hi, my name is Jesse Munoz. I've lived here most of my life, and I just wanted to say that I want you to all to think about the youth. There's many people in my age group that go out and street race illegally on public roads, and I think this would be a really great opportunity to get them off the streets and race somewhere safe, where they could get out, do it in a nice environment where it won't get them or anybody else killed. And also think about, I stated earlier, all the jobs that would come up from either building this, maintaining it, and all the businesses that would come out to support this kind of project. And all I ask is for you all to push this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Okay, my name is Terry White. I've lived in Lompoc for about 45 years, this area anyway. I've always been volunteer with the Flower Festival, any Relay for Life, Day of Caring. I've done a lot of things, a lot of volunteer work in Lompoc. And this is a great city, I admit that. You know, but we do need something that can bring in revenue for this city. And I don't know what else we can do. I mean, we've tried just about everything, and everything kind of fails. You know, we brought the lady in to build a spaceport place, a museum, and she just didn't have her bells and whistles together. But you know, all we need to do is we can get that EIR report. I think that we can move on, make the money you guys need, because we've already been told we're going to get a lot of donations for this project. And there's a lot of people in Santa Barbara, San Luis, even as far as maybe not Bakersfield because they have a track, but there's a lot of people that would be involved. So I just want to see the revenue in the city.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
My name is Walt Fassold. I just would ask the council to consider what is the price of peace and quiet in our neighborhoods and our communities, and for our kids and our children and our families, for those who have escaped the noise of high noise areas, to raise a family in this neighborhood. And I think there's something that's been missing from this discussion, and that is, what is the value of peace and quiet and peace in the valley? And I think that's a major consideration for what decision you make. I encourage you to shut down this project and quit the bleeding in terms of money. There was a comment about rockets being launched. I happen to work for a company that launches rockets, and there's a difference between a drag strip and a rocket launch, and that is one makes some noise and it goes away, okay? The other one just keeps coming back. Okay. On the EIR, I know that some numbers that have been expressed tonight have been actuals, but
So
I
you're gonna have
would
to wrap
say
it up
that
real
there's
quick.
estimates, and I will wrap up. I think there's a lot of estimates in the numbers on what it's going to take to complete the process, and I believe those are underestimated, and the cost will be substantially higher than anyone realizes at this point.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry.
One real quick thing, okay? There's a difference between a need for growth and whether it's good growth or bad growth. So go for good growth. There's a lot of things, and the community will support that. There's a lot of good prospects, so that's it, and
Okay,
thank
good.
you.
Thank you, sir.
My name's Matt Smith. I was born and raised in Lompoc. Someone brought up the image thing of Lompoc. The image right now is a bunch of drunks with a wine ghetto and a bar. You know, growing up here, there's nothing to do. I broke the law. I rode in the riverbed. I drove my truck in the riverbed. I grew up on a farm. I know there's more dirt coming from the farm fields, coming from all that, than will ever come from a dirt bike track or from a drag strip or from anything else they put in. I really, really support this project. My daughter's going to race. You know, if I start them young, they're not going to be on the streets. They're not going to be running amok. They're not going to be getting in trouble like I did. You know, I strongly urge you to reconsider it and change your vote and let this project move forward. I also live right across the street from it, and I own my house. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Terry Hammonds, Lompoc. I have some questions. What is yet to be determined about the lease agreement and the city's liability as required by FAA? You haven't got that answer yet. What is not known is the entire cost of the entire project. Is this project, I've been told, between $4 and $8 million? Is the entire project that cost? We don't know that. Will FAA require self-sustainability for this project? What is the city going to do about the litigation? You mentioned that, but are you prepared for the litigation? Historical background. This was tried before, and the city council in 1990 decided this was a bad project for the McLaughlin area and killed it. Maybe you should do that too.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Name is Ronald Mose. I lived here 30 years. I really would like to see an end to this. I live about a mile from where you're going to put this. I bought my dream house up there. I wake up every morning and I wonder, is this the day that my city's going to run me out of my own home? Because I'm not going to put up with that. As far as this things with the kids, I was a PO for 35 years. I work with thousands of kids. Kids that are getting in trouble are not motocross kids. This is an affluent sport. You have to have money to buy the gear, to buy the bikes, to buy the car, to buy the trailer. This money would be better spent working with kids who are less or more disadvantaged. And I guess I want to know that if you build this, is the city going to buy my house when I can't sell it? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Howdy, my name is Alberto Cazares, and I'm here to speak for the park because the gentleman, probably 3 or 4 people behind me or in front of me, was saying that there's no good that comes out of noise. All right, so we have a football season, and the whole stadium gets packed with people. People are cheering, they're going for the football team. What about that? How does that not help? You know, everybody's cheering for the team. Everybody's going for the team. Also, Piper Cubs. The Piper Cubs come in every year. At least, 100 planes last year? How does that not make noise? That's all financial growth right there, too. They're supporting the local businesses. That's all making money, you know? That's all money from noise, you know? And if they didn't want noise, why would they move near to an airport? And then, also, the Piper Cubs, every year, you know, they come every year. I've never heard of someone moving out of the city just for the Piper Cubs, the airport, you know?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Toby Johnson. I'm born and raised in Santa Maria. I live 1 mile from the Santa Maria track, and I own my own home, bought it 4 years ago. I've never had one issue with the noise, and I could literally throw a stone onto any car on the freeway from my house. 0 issues. I am for the motorsports park. Yeah, I do have 2 race cars, a supercar, and a super bike, and I built all of them. I came up from nothing. Earlier gentleman said, you know, people that are impoverished or get in trouble in life, you know, they can't come back. I have put myself through college, did all of this, and I made a name for myself, and now a lot of the kids with the cheap Hondas, the loud buzzing cars, they look up to bigger guys like us. If we're not on the streets racing, they're going to start following pursuit of that. I highly recommend pushing forward with this. I could see a lot of revenue coming from this in all aspects of what the town has to offer. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Brianna Schuyler. I am a Lompoc Valley resident returning home from college in Orange County. Someone earlier asked, what is the price of peace and quiet? I have a question to ask as well, and that is, what is the price of personal connection, of family activities, and of paying homage to Lompoc's local history? I, as a student in Orange County, 3 hours away from my Lompoc Valley home, had a roommate from Ohio. If I can add a little math for you guys, that's 2,000 miles away from California. Her stepfather came to visit us. Him and I got into a conversation. Turns out he raced in his youth in the Lompoc Valley with some of my family members. If that doesn't show you the kind of personal connection that can come from this project and the way that it can draw people together, I'm not quite sure what will. But that has a price just as much as this freedom and this quiet and peace that people are bringing forth. Also, if I can add, the fact that people are complaining about the local businesses' value and also the good neighbor complaint. The members of this foundation are also business owners and neighbors, so it doesn't benefit them to disrupt themselves, if that makes any sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hi, Ed Mandibles, been a resident at Lompoc for about 38 years, been based at the airport for the same amount of time. I'd like to correct a statement that was made by John Lynn, and that was, he said the airport commission supported this project. He's wrong. The airport commission never supported this project. So I just want to say that. The other things I had on my list, a lot of people touched base on, but the FAA and the $75,000 for the airport master plan is only the tip of the iceberg, because there's Caltrans, there's VJ mine reclamation plan that's going to have to be updated, all the flood hazard, water quality, environmental studies that will still have to be done, biological stuff, the fish, both the California Department of Fish and Game and the U.S. Department of Wildlife Services will all be chiming into this. And I think the response and the resulting costs in the FAA is only the tip of the iceberg. I plead you to not go ahead and spend more money.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Randy Smith. I learned this evening from the assistant city manager that the foundation's phase 1 obligation was a total of $103,324, of which they've already paid $55,695. It was acknowledged that within 2 days of an accrued receivable from the state, that the foundation would in turn pay that to the city of $23,698. And then after an MOU was signed, an amendment, they would agree to pay an additional $22,930, which would complete their obligation for phase 1, excluding the ALP, leaving the exposure of $73,310. I heard a lot of discussion tonight, and it seems like there was a lot of confusion about what the real exposure is. And I guess my recommendation to you guys, before you make a decision, understand what the risk is. It would have been nice to have a chart up to understand what the $400,000 was made of. My only recommendation is defer your decision until you really guys understand the risk.
Thank you, sir.
My name's Steve Bridge. I've lived here for 40 years. I have 6 businesses, 4 of them in Lompoc. And I wanted to thank you for caring about the finances. It's admirable and appreciated. We all know organizations must move forward, and to do that, there's going to be risk. So that's, kind of comes with it. Now, I'm not sure if I'm for the motor park or against the motor park, but all the discussion we had today is built into our process. And our process is to do an EA and get the stuff on the table so we can address it. The other comment that bothers me is this city has worked for 5 years with these guys. They've put their heart and soul into it. To stop at the point when the answers are coming is disingenuous at best. You guys were there, you knew it was coming. Let's finish, get the EA out, and then let's all deal with the facts and not pull the rug out at the last minute.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Name is Brandon Bridge. I just quickly would like to say I do support, and most of the support comes from being a small business owner on the corner of H and Ocean. There's not a single event that doesn't come through that we don't talk to somebody coming into the shop. Not a single tourist, whether it be a European who's rented the car from LA to drive up to San Francisco, whether it's the woofers, whether it's the Ride for AIDS, the dogs, every single group that comes through touches our city and every single person. So we have to recognize that sometimes we have to prepare a little bit for the future, and some of that includes this tourist type of attraction. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
My name is Brad Elkson. I'm a Lompoc resident. A couple questions that came to my mind when I was listening to the comments back there. One of the gentlemen said, people from Santa Barbara, people from other areas look down on Lompoc. It's because there's nothing to do here. They don't want to come here because there's no reason to. Another gentleman said that this is an affluent sport. It takes money to race. I think there's a bunch of guys standing in the back of the room that would disagree with you. A bunch of these guys here that have race cars, that they build them on the weekends with their friends. They're looking for a place to race. It doesn't take $1 million to race. These guys here that are daily workers, they want to race. Take them into consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Bob Manfrina, Council, Mayor. I'd urge you to go on with this project, at least through phase 1. Everybody that has any concern about this project should find out exactly what the impacts are, not just all these suppositions. So I do urge you to go ahead with this project, and if you don't, I think it's a real disservice to this community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we go to the next speaker, I'd like to entertain a motion to extend the meeting for 30 minutes.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay. Any discussion? Let's vote. That passes, okay. Okay, sorry, ma'am, go ahead.
Michelle Tognazzini, resident of Lompoc. I hear not in my backyard. How about not in my front yard? I hear cars racing down the street. And I live in a small little neighborhood, a 2-block radius. And I'm waking up at 1:30 in the morning where I should be sleeping. And I have to listen to this loud music. But there's no regulation. There's no chalk it up. I can't go outside and tell them to knock it off. But I would like to see it where this racing can have a regulated time, a time where people can go and enjoy it in a safe area. Can't control the sirens. Sirens go up and down the street. You know, hear them going to the hospital all the time, but there's no certain time that they're allowed to go do that. They do it. You never know when a siren's going to go off. Please, just let it go forward and see where it goes. That's all I'm asking. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, please.
Josh Creel, resident of Lompoc. I just want to touch on something that someone else said earlier about the noise with the high school. You know, I lived in F Street for on the corner of College and F for 19 years, and I hear the high school games whenever they go. It's annoying, you know, but I deal with it, you know, because I know people are getting some enjoyment out of it. People are having fun, you know. Same thing with I recently moved over to and Cypress, and I can hear I didn't realize that the flower festival was going on until I heard it. But, you know, it's a fun thing. It brought money into the area, and people were having fun. Why should we complain about that, you know? If we're going to complain about the noise for the racetrack, we should complain about that as well. Keep it at the, hold to the same, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. Leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Susan Ellickson, resident of Lompoc. Just a few things. I know it's been stated up here. I heard a lady come up earlier, you know, half facts, half truths. Well, a lady just said that the Irwindale and Fontana were out of business. Not true. Pulled up both their websites. They've got events planned out for the next year and a half. So also, just something that kind of, people keep thinking it's going to be these big dragsters. It's not. People talking about living in Santa Maria, living 15 miles away from the Santa Maria Speedway, and they can hear it, then they're not in Santa Maria if they're 15 miles away from the racetrack. Those are not the same kind of vehicles that will be on the tracks here in Lompoc. I just really, really, really want to urge you, let this at least go through, let the EIR be certified so we can all see what it says. Then let's base this all on the facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
John Lynn, Lompoc resident, 34-ish years. You know, I think the point that's been made is none of us know the answers to these questions about noise. We did some seat of the pants testing, so I think I have a grasp on it. But we paid for a very expensive noise study, so we'll know for sure. This last weekend, I took a trip to San Diego to racelegal.com. They operate a drag strip pretty similar to what we would do at the Qualcomm Stadium. Their goal there was to get kids off the street so they would quit dying. The statistics that they kept when they began, they had a 90% success rate, 90% reduction in street racing. And I was impressed when I was there that the people that were there were young people with families. We also went up on the hill about 2,000 feet away, and what we learned from that was that the cars that were street legal, you couldn't even hear them. They weren't any louder than the other streets down there. And the cars that were full drag race vehicles were somewhat discernible, and that's 2,000 feet away. Here we have residences that are about 4,000 feet away. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. If there's anyone else, come on, line up. Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Council, Mayor, could you restart your clock since I was listening to you?
Of course. Sure.
Anyways, I think it's just all about phase one. And people take from this fund and this fund all the time. It happens. The state will pay you your money, just complete phase one. You know, I'm going to be going 16 hours at the end of the month to race a race in New Mexico. I have to pay $100 for that. And for a pin, maybe some sponsorship. And no one said anything about sponsorship for this track. You guys could have $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 worth of sponsorships. And as I said before, I have several people, minimum $10,000 a piece, but I probably got about 5, 6 people that probably give you $150,000. But there's a couple big people in this county. If it goes through, if they can count on the people and see what phase one does, you'll probably have a lot more money than that coming. And they're all big developers in Santa Barbara County. But as Santa Barbara people, some say Lompoc's an armpit. Lompoc's a really nice place. It just needs something for the kids to do. Thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one rise, we're going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. Okay, comments.
Mr. Mayor, council, if I could just share with you, we did receive confirmation that the total billing to Meridian through 5/15 is 187, so 178, excuse me. So minus the 55 that the foundation has put forward, the exposure is the 123,000. I just wanted to share that with you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, discussion.
Yeah.
Councilmember Vega.
Mr. Mayor, did we ever get confirmation that you had requested from Mr. Lynn, or did he ever get the opportunity of additional funds or some sort of
I don't believe we did.
a letter? I wasn't sure if that was something that had come up and I just missed.
John, you have the, yeah.
I think that's something he should be able to allow to present since you requested.
Chase, I think, Bob, you'll recall this. Each council member got a copy when it was originally presented. This was the first business plan that the council requested that the foundation paid a little over $10,000 for. And this is what we based our numbers on for the drag strip side of this project. The numbers that were in this for the motocross tracks were based on a single track, and with the design that we came up with 7 different tracks for 7 different types of riding, we were able to substantially enhance that revenue stream. So I didn't take time to run over to the office and grab that, but this is the one that we relied on at the beginning and the council relied on moving forward.
Okay. So at this point, we don't have confirmation on the 50,000 or the 100,000 that you talked about.
I guess I could run over there now and get it.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Okay, discussion. Councilmember Vega.
This is for Teresa or Patrick here. In the case of moving forward with a phase 1 at least, okay? I mean, again, you said you would push hard, you would do everything you could to make sure the timeframes were met, even though it's out of our control. I mean, I'd like to get your gist on that a little bit, Patrick, at least, okay? And where we're at.
Sure, what I was saying, there are certain components of the ultimate process and approval of phase 1 that we have some control over. We can certainly drive our consultant as we have been, and we've been working actively with the foundation and knowing their drive and energy toward this, I expect they're going to continue on as well. The portion that we don't have a control over, as I'd said, are the various agencies involved, which now I've heard there's the additional Army Corps of Engineers issue, but what I knew about was the FAA, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and the state parks. I believe state parks, of those agencies, state parks is also going to be incentivized. They've probably got very good reasons why they want to hurry this process along, and will probably, I anticipate, going to be cooperative. I just don't have a read on the FAA or U.S. Fish and Wildlife. My experience in other, perhaps more broad projects is when we're trying to achieve a biological opinion with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, those processes have been known to go 12, 18 months. I'm hopeful we're going to be able to compress that quite a bit between the work that's already been done and that we can drive it forward. But I just don't have any assurance I can give you on that, and we are, in essence, at their mercy.
I don't believe that anyone here is afraid to know what the outcome is of the phase 1. I think it's just basically the city risk, okay? Basically, that's what I'm troubled with, is basically our extension. If we had more of a guarantee, or some sort of a guarantee that we had some sort of control over here, I think that's what mostly the people would like to know, because, what's going to end up happening is you may get phase 1 and no one can afford to move forward after that. So I don't think it should be a fear factor of seeing what's in phase 1, if that's where people are going with this. I think it's a matter of it's going to take additional money, which I don't believe the city's going to be putting out money after that. I think it's a matter of just seeing where it goes and be done with it, but since we don't have control over all of it, that's kind of wish we had some sort of a read on if, for instance, the ALP, these people, the motorsports group could guarantee that, hey, we're going to have our $73,000 in by a certain date, no matter what. You know what I'm saying? We have to have some sort of guarantees in there instead of just good faith that we're going to come up with it to when we need it and all that. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like to have, since we have very little guarantee except a personal guarantee, it'd be nice to have dates in place or something to have a deadline.
I think that's a great point, and some of the preliminary discussion that the city attorney and I have had about the structure, that if you were to give an agreement going forward, that we do have to address those things, because right now they're unaddressed. For instance, when those additional payments would come due, so.
Councilman,
I just couple of things is that if I hear you right, we no matter what happens, if we don't go any further than that, we're in debt up to 123,000.
123, and there may be some other residual costs, and I'm thinking the $20,000 range or so.
Somewhere in that area.
Somewhere in that area.
And then, but if we go on from there, then we could be wanting 140, 170, 400,000 until somebody pays their bill. So we've got that in if we went on past into the future.
The hypothetical worst case is nearly 400, as Councilmember Mosby pointed out, though you have the ability to put some regulators in there along the way that would minimize.
So worst case,
limit that risk.
The other thing is that we've had staff working on that, and of course the city doesn't get paid for staff time on it.
We do get reimbursed for some
Have you?
portion. Well, not yet, but it'd be
So in other
ultimately
words,
part.
we haven't got paid for it yet.
Right, but
And
that's
the
part,
staff-
that's incorporated in that number when I set up to 400,000. It did include staff time.
And if that staff wasn't working there, what would we else have them do? We'd go in some other projects that needs to be done in this town. And we always take them away. Then on the way down, because we're not adding staff to do this, we're taking staff away from the existing projects. And so that slows some projects and some other programs going down. So I'll give you my rest of it later.
okay, seeing no one else, I'd like to make a motion. My motion is to do not consider a new MOU and to discontinue funding of this project. That's my motion. I need a second.
I'm going to second it, and the reason why I'm going to do it, I've heard everybody say I've been here this many years. I've been here since 2005. That's 5 years. 19. I'll remember it. It's been here too long, and we only had 4,500 people in this town at that time. We got about 45,000 now. So it has grown a little bit. And you talk about Santa Maria and Santa Barbara, talking about Lompoc. They'll never say anything good about Lompoc. That's all because we whip them all the time in ball games and such. And they have. I have never heard anything good come out of Santa Barbara or Santa Maria for Lompoc. And so when you're saying those comments, that's just a way to downplay it. And all you got to do is talk back at them. We used to have, going into football games in Santa Maria, you had to go with police protection. Just to go in to watch a football game in Santa Maria. So it's kind of interesting time to listen to all your comments. But yes, it'd be nice to have a game, a ballpark. I mean, not a racetrack, but not at the river bottom, not where it's at. And I think that's the biggest single case there is that I've been in this town long enough when we used to be able to grade the center of the river all the way to the ocean so the water would flow. Then they stopped it. And I see this project trying to do that. They're not going to get all the permits. And they're going to have so many permits on top of it, trying to get through that river bottom and do it. I just don't see it's economically feasible.
Okay. Councilmember Mosby.
But you got a first and a second, just for discussion here. This is what this study is about, Councilmember Holmdahl, to see if what you say is true. And that's what they're looking to do, is to get this study done. So don't want to have the hypotheticals and everybody speculating. It's to move this forward to get the study done. So if it can get to the done, finish phase one, to analyze it so you can look back and say, yeah, you got 100 things you can't do, or you need to mitigate. You can do this, but you can't do that. That's why the study is here. That's why it advanced and to go forward. The discussion shouldn't be about, are we going to do a motorsports? The discussion is, do we move forward with the study so we can see if it is viable? If not, you might be able to take portions of this study, should you finish it somewhere else for analysis. If you kill it now, you have nothing to advance forward with. So you need to think about that. This is about getting there to see the hypotheticals that you have posed. Are they or aren't they true? Can you do it down there? Maybe not. You're not an expert at this, but there were experts that are hired to understand this. Is there a noise problem? The experts were hired to see that. Let's not be afraid to pull this study out so that we can see what is going right and what is going wrong. And if you do this right now, we have no idea. It's just, we wasted more hours tonight and money and thousands and thousands of people's hours doing the studies and stuff, 5.5 years. So if you want to put it to sleep tonight on that way, I think it's a chicken way to do it. I've seen Lompoc do this over and over and over and over again. Those of you know that I study this history. In 1969, a very similar idea came through, but this was called a 4-lane highway going over Harris Grade Road. In 1969, there would have been a 4-lane. Think how many lives wouldn't have been lost had they put the 4-lane highway in. It's called the highway bypass. It was shot down with similar issues. Smog, noise, don't build that highway. Where too many people would come to town. And a group group was called PLUS, Preserve Lompoc's Unique Surroundings. I have the newspaper articles to verify it. In 1972, they shut down the highway bypass, the 4-lane road coming to town, under the same speculation that you're going to decrease my property values and you're going to get smog exasperated in this town. And once again, we're doing it again. Before we can even see the study this time, they had started construction on that project and it got shot down. Once again, Lompoc's going to do this. We did this with Central Avenue Extension. We did this with the Narrows Dam. Project after project after project. People want to know why Lompoc is in the position it is? Because we do this. We say no. We get halfway to the table and then we pull back. Oh, no, we got to be sensitive. And that's what's happening here again. Finish the study and see. At least somebody would have an opportunity to take this study somewhere else, maybe in the county somewhere. Good luck with that one. But you might be able to do it. At least you'd have something to take. Now you have nothing.
Well, I wish we could see the report, but unfortunately I feel the foundation did not do their job that they had promised. So before you vote, I want you to consider a few things.
What was the motion?
The motion was...
Yeah, I mean, now we're convincing him back to discussion. We have a motion, we have a second. Before we forget what the motion is.
Was not to consider a new MOU and to discontinue funding this project. That was a motion, and there was a second on it. Okay, so now before you vote on this, I want you to consider some things. This project was first proposed in 2012 with the promises that it would be completed and operated with no cost to the city. A grant was applied for and awarded in 2013. In November of 15, the council advanced the foundation $120,000 of unsecured city funds to start the environmental review because after 2.5 years, the foundation had not been able to raise the money. Remember the promise of no cost to the city? In May of this year, the foundation was asked for another $140,000 of unsecured city funds for additional environmental studies, and the city said no. At this point, members of the foundation stated that they would no longer be able to repay the $120,000 to the city. The foundation also stopped payment on a $10,000 check that they had given the city earlier. Remember the promise? No cost to the city? Members of the foundation threatened to use money raised by other committees, such as the Bike Skills Park and the Fallen Warriors Project, if they were forced to repay money to the city. Based on this type of behavior, why would you have any reasonable expectations that the foundation will repay any future funds to us if something goes wrong? Remember the mistakes made with LHCDC. It was mentioned today. It's a slippery slope, and we can easily fall into it. Past behavior is the best predictor of future behavior. We all know that. So before you vote, ask yourself, is this who you want to risk city general funds with? A group that cannot meet deadlines, blames others when their deadlines are not met, threatens to make money from other groups, threatens to take money from other groups to repay their loans, and threatens to not pay their loans at all and stop payment on checks. All of us have a fiscal responsibility to take care of the prudent funds of the city. These funds don't belong to us. They belong to the hardworking taxpayers and citizens of this community. So think about who we want to hitch our trailer to. And think about the money that, yes, I said it earlier, I'm willing to risk and walk away from that $120,000. But I do not want to risk up to, at this point, $400,000. And that's not even to consider the almost guaranteed litigation that we're going to be putting ourselves into. And heaven knows how much that's going to be. So we have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? So remember, the motion is, just so everyone really understands, the motion is that we do not consider a new MOU and discontinue funding this project. Let's vote. Okay, that motion fails, 3-2. Okay. Okay, so staff, you have your directions to continue working with the...
No, sir. We have the existing, if I'm not mistaken, if you need now an affirmative motion, if we're going to go ahead, because the existing status quo is that we've been told to stand down.
Councilman Mosby.
Yeah, I'll put forward a motion that the council's decision on May 12, 2016 to stop work on the motorsports be rescinded. Meridian's consultants be instructed to resume work on the environmental review immediately. The city will execute, or well, tomorrow morning when time available. The city will execute a contract with Meridian Consultants for the NEPA study at estimated $65,000. The city will execute a contract with AECOM for the update airport master plan, estimated at $73,310. The city will file a grant extension request April 15, 2018 for state parks. The city manager is instructed to work in good faith with the foundation and execute MOU Amendment Number 3 with at least the following terms and conditions. The MOU Amendment Number 3 rescinds MOU Amendment Number 2. The foundation shall provide matching funds as shown on page 4 of the staff report. The foundation shall provide all funds for the AMP or ALP not covered by an outside fund the city and the foundation locate prior to the certification of the environmental impact report. Funding expended by the foundation for the NEPA bird study shall either be credited to the match for CEQA, NEPA, or the ALP. In the event that the city chooses to seek reimbursement from the foundation as a result of chargebacks under the state parks grant, the foundation agrees to deliver to the city the funds in the Motorsports Committee accounts along with any other Motorsports Committee property, and the city agrees that the funds and assets of other foundation committees shall not be subject to any city claim under the Motorsports Park MOU or its amendments. The city and the foundation shall work in good faith to select items from Phase 2 of the grant to be eliminated so that funds can be moved to Phase 1 of the grant to cover increased environmental review and staff costs. And I need a second.
I'll go ahead and second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Comments? We'll start with City Manager.
I have a couple, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just wanted clarification on one portion of the motion. I think in the midst of all of that, when we were talking about the deadline for the reimbursement from the foundation to the city for money that was put out for the airport layout plan, that you said prior to the delivery of the, was it the EIR?
Yeah, prior to the certification of the EIR, and maybe we could do something, because we did have a modification suggestion with money coming earlier than that, so maybe as...
Well, yeah, my only concern is in that scenario that you're describing, if we get to the point where we're ready to, the city, ready to certify the EIR, and we're not paid, I don't know if it's in our best interest to not certify the EIR then, at least if that's going to enable some other reimbursements. So I just don't want to inadvertently shoot ourselves in the financial foot with that wording.
Do you have a suggestion?
We'll work on that, but if you'll give me the room to work out a solution that's in the financial best interest of the city, then the city attorney and I will come up with some other way to deliver that.
Okay, minor amendment of my motion.
I'll go ahead and second it with that change.
Okay, and before we do anything else, we need to extend the meeting again. Let's extend it for 15 minutes. I need a motion to extend it for 15 minutes.
Okay. Yep.
Councilmember Humdahl?
Yeah, move 15 more minutes for the meeting.
Do we have a second?
Yes.
Second.
Well, let's vote.
I have a question still before you vote.
No. We're voting on the extension.
Oh, you're voting on the extension. Okay. Gosh, you guys are getting me.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, Councilmember Humdahl had his...
Oh, no, Victor
okay.
was first.
Councilmember
I have
Vega.
a question for city manager, maybe Teresa also. Under this proposal here by Councilman Mosby here, we're not extending ourselves anywhere past but getting the certifications. Is that correct, the way you understand this motion? Because, you know, I would not be in favor of going down the road until we get phase one. Okay,
we're driving
extended,
toward
okay?
completion of phase one.
And
yes.
then again, if I could get from you some sort of a clarification on that we're not going past this, we're going just to see the certification, get the EIR, see what phase one has to hold, but there's no obligation to move forward at all, okay? Because I don't think that it's in our best interest supporting the city at all on this, okay?
With certainty, yes.
Okay, I mean, with the city supporting that, okay? And the other thing that I was going to ask Councilman Mosby, in his proposal, or if we have it open, to put some sort of guarantees or deadlines on the foundation for some of the monies that are promised. I see that you have the airport master plan here in your proposal here, but you don't have anything holding them to the carpet. You basically have told the city for them to help to be able to put money out for that also, for the airport master plan. Is that correct?
With the ALP and with what the city manager says, that he will put together something for the payment schedule of that as it progresses. Because I assume as it goes on, you guys will be billed monthly as it goes on, and you guys could submit, as per the MOU, you submit, and in 30 days, I think they had to pay.
We'll work out a triggering, some sort of deadline or trigger.
I want to make sure we're on the same page, because that 73,000, you know, I'm listening to everyone else, and Councilman Holmdahl and Mayor Lingle. We need some sort of guarantees. The people out there in the city here need to know that we're not totally just handing out money here without something. We're just going to get phase one so the city can get back their money. It's basically what the proposal is. Is that what I'm assuming?
That's correct.
Okay.
I have two. One question, one comment. First question is on what Councilman Mosby, you were reading. You mentioned something about a credit. Could you repeat that, or is it that you want to make sure that money that the foundation puts forward gets credited in a way that we aren't getting like double dipping?
We don't want to necessarily double bill for the bird study with the NEPA, but the NEPA, the city should be able to assume the NEPA study that was done already for the willow flycatcher. And then the city themselves can, in turn, bill for the grant on that. So that
I just want to make sure that whatever exact wording you have may not be what ends up, but you want it to be a credit. That's my first. Then my other comment is, I don't know any way to do this but the way I'm going to do it. I see you holding a piece of paper, and I see Councilman Vega holding a piece of paper.
I was going to mention that.
And you mentioned that it's something that Mr. Mosby had. If that's something that you gave Mr. Vega, then what we need to do is make copies of it so the public can have it.
It's a motion, isn't it? You're holding the, he said right here, this is what Mosby said in the note.
Okay.
Well, I just want to ask, make sure staff understands what Mosby had. It's a hell of a long motion, and nobody has any idea what it was except him.
Well, no, I followed the points pretty well, but we'll be going back to get the verbatim.
And I'm going to request Councilman Mosby to give me what he read from so that the city clerk has it clear.
Correct.
And he just gave it to me.
Good.
Okay. So we have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? Let's vote. That motion passes. Okay. Madam Clerk, written communications.
You did receive a copy of an email from Justin Rouget, and it was presented to all of council and available for the public.
Okay. Oral communications, this is your opportunity to speak to us on any item for up to 2 minutes.
In the last 20 years or so, I believe there's been 2 master plans done of the Lompoc Airport. I believe one of them was paid for and approved by the council, and the last one was done. The city paid for it, but never did approve it, so it could be used. So people here are wondering what responsibility for money or something. I think that was about $85,000 they paid for that study, and the city council never even accepted it. So, I hope you'll accept ours when you do it on our money. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, as you exit, please be quiet. Go ahead, John.
Well, I want to thank the council. I know this was a difficult decision for everyone. There are probably still a few unanswered questions. However, I want to assure you that we will work diligently with the city staff to make this go forward. We will raise the money, and we will be successful in completing this environmental document. Where we go from there, well, that remains to be seen, and that's what the environmental document will tell us. And I hope the 2 of you who were not in the majority here will look at the environmental document and give it a realistic review. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'd like to thank all of you for being here all day and all night and all the work that you do, and it's hard for everybody. My biggest thing is, does Lompoc need a park? It'd be a great place for it. But if it didn't need a park, and at least thank you for doing phase 1 so Lompoc can get their $120,000 back. Just thank you for that. So they can get their money back, and you might open your eyes and see it's a good thing. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. I would like to switch gears just a little bit, and I want to go back to a question that was posed during the discussion of the animal control service contract. I believe that Councilmember Starbuck asked a pertinent question regarding the timing of this item on the agenda. The council this evening was placed in the position where you felt there was no choice but to approve this contract for the coming year. But what's going to happen now? Maybe there are some members of the public who have some good ideas about animal control. When are they going to be brought into the loop? When are they going to have a chance to say their 2 cents about what we could do in the future? I think you need to take advantage of the interest of the public and get help from the public. So this leads me to think that there should be more public discussion of the council's master calendar. This is one of the many areas in which the council could take some concrete steps to increase transparency. As another example, on April 19th, Councilmember Mosby, supported by Council members Starbuck and Vega, made a request to consider putting agenda packets online for all council and commission meetings. And I'm just curious, when is that item going to be placed on the agenda?
Can anyone address that? We'll get back to you. We'll have someone get back to you.
I'm not aware of that instruction, or I don't recall it right now.
We'll have someone get back to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
On behalf of the community and the Motorsports Committee, I want to thank the council for all their hard work tonight. It was a difficult decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to close all communication. Bring it back to the council for council requests, comments, and meeting reports. We'll start with Councilmember Mosby.
I had a couple items I was going to bring up, and I won't bring these up. They don't have to come forward. But one of the items, I had a forum the other Friday before last. In some of the discussions that were asked and the questions that were asked me could be answered in a lot in the city manager's report. And I asked earlier if the city manager, talking to him, if it could be put on the website, and he felt that we should probably run it through a council request to have the city manager's weekly report accessible via the website.
Yeah, and I don't have any problems public information, but the reason I had asked that we go ahead and have a quick discussion here was the original intent of the weekly report was a regular memo to update you, council. So that was the target audience, not necessarily the world, but if that's what you'd like, if you're all comfortable with that, then that's fine with me.
And I don't know if I need a council request or vote or head nods or...
We need to have the council take an action on that.
Do we have to...
So we're going to need to place it on the agenda.
We'll bring it back then.
Okay. And to answer one of the questions for people out there, one was about the therapy pool being closed down, and the report, it was that it was closed down in the previous report, and in the last report, it's, for those you want to know, the therapy pool is back open. So that was one of the answers. A lot of the public has questions, and they don't really have avenues to go, but they can access on that. So there's a lot of information, a lot of answers in that site. One of the other questions that came up, and I don't know if I need to do that or if it's, again, a council request or if it's something the city manager can do. And excuse me, on the utility bills that we have there, the individual component of the meter charge isn't identified on the bill. So people are getting their bill, and they could extrapolate mathematically to find out what the meter component is, and the per units is in there, but it's just a one line lump. And if there's a way to do that, to advance it, to get forward, because that was a big confusion with the rate increases. We were talking about meter charge and unit charge, and the people get one line on the bill, and they weren't sure what we were talking about. So if there's some way that could be drawn out, I know we're still working on this old antiquated billing computer, but if that's some way, I don't know if that's something that we need to agendize to discuss on the line, something on a utility bill or not.
It's up to the city manager whether the city manager thinks he needs the whole council to direct you to do what was just suggested.
I'll carry out a discussion with our finance director on the feasibility, and I'll report back what we come up with.
Okay. Again, that's one of the items that people are really confused with. What happened? You raised rates, but what happened? And I think it could make things easier. And I had a couple more, but I'll leave it at that.
Just two things I wanted to mention. One was American Legion Post 211 in a Memorial Day ceremony. It was a good job to all the participants from that Legion Post. And a big congratulations, Lompoc girls softball, CIF champions. Go Braves.
Okay, Councilmember Mosby. The other Mosby.
Okay. I just want to say, I was at the Community Action Commission Santa Barbara County Youth Corps graduation on May 31. We had 5 young men who graduated and did an excellent job. So we had a good time there.
Councilmember Vega.
No request, no reports at this time.
Okay. And I attended many meetings, but not at city expense, so I have nothing to report.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
On your scheduled items on your agenda, one of the items on the agenda of that unscheduled agenda items is the discussion of putting the staff reports of all the commissions and stuff on the website. There's no date for it, but just want to make sure the public understands it's on the list, so it's going to get done.
But I want a date.
Okay. Thank you very much for that comment. Okay, so with that, this city council meeting is adjourned to a regular city council meeting on June 21st at 6:30 p.m. Thank you. Good evening.